No, I don't want to record. Are you recording? Okay.
I'm going to try, Eric. I'm so
client tours of the building. And I found this empty property. just over here, with a beautiful stop for, I have no idea what beautiful after that. Money supply in the army is that code that. But I think I'm gonna check that. So I have to get my, I hope you guys can. But that's not. I was in the right level board. Less than. So. We're all. Thank you.
Okay, so we need to do election of officers.
Aye.
All in favor? Any opposed? Okay, Ashley Dodd is your new secretary. Do we have election for treasurer?
I nominate you. President.
That's what seconded. Exactly, volunteer. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carried. Do we have anybody that would like to do a nomination for vice chairman?
I nominate Jason for vice chair.
I second that. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion
I
carried.
nominate James for chairman.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carried. Okay, Chairman, take it away. Congratulations to all of you.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it. And having not necessarily assumed this role in this situation, I'm assuming that there's some guiding principles that this board would like to operate under after the training and things of this nature. Going in, I think my position is to be very open learner in the process. And trying to make sure that we conduct business in a professional, organized way, so that we can deal with the task at hand. But understanding what the vision of this community recreation district is going to be very important, and I'd love to hear some ideas about that going forward. But not to take any more time away from our visitors down here from Howard and other areas of the community. I'm willing to go right into the training that has been identified for us. So anybody has any other comments here on the board? Before we start.
Need a motion for this thing?
I guess we need a motion to start the training.
I'll motion to start the training with the whole work team. Yeah, you don't need that. You have it on the agenda. That's okay.
That's why I was trying to get back to the agenda really quick. Take too much time.
Chairman, board members, Mr. Clark is first on the agenda for open meeting law. However, we have a previously scheduled meeting that is great. So if you don't mind, I'd like to do the public records request and that's the detention training. Ahead of that.
Okay.
That's yours.
That is.
Okay.
And if you don't mind, then my name is Melissa Buckley. I am the clerk of the board of supervisors for Navajo County. I brought books for you all, the open meeting law and recognition information in both of those books. You also have the PowerPoint in front of you. We're gonna go through this kind of quickly, any questions, please feel free to stop me. Well, hello there. Yeah. So what is a public record? So everything created or received by a public body or public officer that relates to public business or is created or received in the course of conducting public business is public record. Even if it is on your computer or personal computer. Any pursuance of a duty required by law is required by law to be maintained. Records of any official transactions. Examples of public records. There's a lot of them. Calendars, maps, accident reports, videos, training videos, photographs, personnel records, case files, email, correspondence to and from the board, any email between the board. And like we, I pointed out to you all, you cannot email a quorum of the board. There are 5 members, so a quorum of the board is 3. So you can't have any discussion outside of a public meeting. And Brad will get more into that under open meeting law.
What to say, you must send emails to at least 3.
No, you cannot. That constitutes a quorum.
And the individual's okay, but more than.
Correct. But all of that, if it's related to business of the district, is subject to open meeting. All of your agendas, all of your minutes, all of that kind of stuff has to be saved according to records retention. So what is not a public record? Any extra copies, multiples of blank forms, any post-it notes, those kind of things. Your private paper, so your private notes, that kind of stuff. Records management. So you should have, as a board of directors, you should have a records management system. It's to make and maintain any appropriate records, have a records management program that outlines your program. It's to preserve any records and adhere to retention schedules. And you must properly destroy other records. You can get more information from the Arizona Library of Archives, and I've given you the website there. Library and Archives oversee records management in Arizona. They provide guidance, they create and approve retention schedules, and they provide training and assistance. They're very helpful. You have a duty to preserve records. It is the duty of each public body to protect records from deterioration, mutilation, loss, and destruction. You must maintain and preserve your records with the standards established by the Director of Library and Archives. General records retention schedules can be found at this website. And there's a ton of them, from time sheets to agendas to minutes. It tells you how long you have to keep your records, and what manner you should keep them. We were discussing earlier, when you have your agendas, everything given to the board of directors should be kept with the agenda in its original format in a board packet that would be kept for years and years and years to come. They're historical documents, as well as the minutes. Those will be historical documents, and they should be kept forever. So when you come up with your records program, that could be a part of it. You will also find forms, standard guidance, frequently asked questions, and training on this website. That is what the website looks like. Luckily, you have this, you can kind of see. Where the arrow is pointing there, that is the spot where it says general retention schedule. And you're gonna wanna look at that, after you're probably gonna wanna keep special attention to that. And I'm also available for something. For assistance for the Arizona State Library and Archives, I give you their main number as well as an email. And website that you can contact and assisting to create your record program. Now, handling public records requests. It doesn't matter if you don't like the person or if the person is constantly in your office asking for records. That does not merit, it does not give merit to the request. Anybody that requests your record, you have to provide them in a timely manner. ARS 39121 provides that public records in the custody of an officer must be open to public inspection. This includes records that are under the control of the officer that are stored at a different property, at a warehouse. Like I have a lot of the White Mountain Lake district records because we've been involved with them for so long. I would probably at some point have to go through those and figure out what's the district and what's the board of supervisors. This law was passed in 2022 and went into effect on September 24th, 2022. It states that you have to provide the name, telephone number, and email address of an employee or department that is authorized and able to provide the information requested or able to forward the request to an employee or department that is authorized and able to provide the information requested. This information must be on your website. What I would suggest is that you have a web page or a page on your website that lists who would be in charge of providing information about public records requests. I would have a form that they can fill out and then email to somebody. The employee or department authorized to handle requests must acknowledge receipt of the request within 5 business days. Now, currently, we have something going through the legislature that may or may not, depending on if it's passed. And I'll keep you up to date on that. You will be fined if you do not respond on a timely manner in according to this 5 days. And it's not necessarily responding with the information requested, but just acknowledging the receipt of the public records request. And then you have to continuously be in communication with the requester. So if it's going to take you a lot longer, if they're asking for, years of stuff or something that you're going to have to get from the board of supervisors, as long as you stay in communication with the requester about how long it's going to take or where the records are, and so we're working on it. Just don't make it easy.
I have a question. Who bears the cost of any notification that's required to do to fulfill that request?
The district.
Must it all be done electronically? You're saying I must maintain a website?
The district it does have a website.
Oh,
Yeah, the district does have a website, and I would just encourage on that website to have a page on that website that has your public record form, as well as you can contact to turn that into or to email that to. Yeah.
Who administers that website now?
Your administrator or converter.
You can't charge the fee.
We're gonna get there. So a person may request that the custodian mail a copy of any public record not otherwise available on the public body's website. So if somebody emails you or sends in a public records request and wants copies of agendas or minutes, you can refer them back, like, hey, this is where you can find that information. However, if it's something that is not on your website, then they can request that you mail that to them, and then you can charge them for the postage of mailing those, that information. So you can also, well, it's in the next one, I believe, with the fees. Promptly furnished. So promptly furnished is not defined by statute. It depends on what is reasonable under the circumstances. So if they're requesting, you know, a ton of information, you gotta get back to them and let them know, be specific. Be more specific about your request. We can ask them to do that. Let them know you're requesting 5 years of documentation. It's gonna take me a while to do this. And this isn't my only job, right? Acknowledge and communicate. Access is deemed denied if the custodian fails to promptly respond. So within 5 days, if you do not respond, yes, I've received that, then that means that you have denied the request and you can be fined according to this new legislation that may or may not get passed. How long would it take if you wanted the information? That's something that always, if I was after this information, how long would I want it to take? Okay. Criteria to consider: the agency's resources. Again, this is not your only job on the being on the board. The nature of the request, the content of the records, and the location of the records. Mere inconvenience to the public body does not warrant a delay. Redaction. Redaction is protected information that cannot be released. You can redact social security numbers and HIPAA information, that sort of stuff. We recommend that you use a black marker rather than whiteout, and then copy that again. So if you make a copy and then you redact it, then make another copy. And you cannot charge fees for redacting from George. But what can we charge? So you may impose a copying fee, which includes your time, equipment, personnel use, and reproduction of the copies per page. The going rate right now is 10 to 50 cents per page. We in Navajo County charge 50 cents per page. And according to the election charges $1. There's some different things that, like the county assessor, they have, I can't remember what it's called, but it has like all of their information and they can put it on a thumb drive. And it's like $350 for like all their information. You may not charge for search time. You may charge for postage, and if it's an extensive request and it's something that you want to put on, you have it on your computer, you want to put it on a thumb drive, you can then, instead of charging 50 cents per page, you can charge for the thumb drive. Like we charge $10 for the thumb drive. Individuals can request to inspect the information instead of just saying, I want a copy. They can ask, hey, I want to come into the office and I want to look at your records. And then they can take pictures of those records with no problem. So there is some additional resources that I gave you on the last page. And with that, is there any questions? I know it's a lot. No, okay. All right, we'll move right along. Since Brad just stepped out, we'll go ahead and move forward with the lesson training, if that's okay with you, Chairman. Again, Mrs. Brittany Mitchell is our elections director.
She has it.
Okay, so, we're gonna be talking a lot about statutes. Statutes change every year. So I would highly recommend that you guys go and check, like Title 48, you guys are basically under Title 48. Check that every September, but it all depends on when they sign that. So 90 days after signing guys, when you wouldn't do that. So I would check every year about September-ish. When they're going to. Just to make sure nothing has changed. But in elections, it changes every year, always. Now, if you guys decide to contract with my office, which I'm pretty sure you probably will. I brought the contracts just in case. So you're gonna need to sign both of these. We'll send it back to me, you're gonna get it recorded, and then I will send you one copy back for your reference. Okay?
That is something that would need to be agendized on your agenda so that you can have discussion about that and make a motion to either contract or not contract.
So if you do contract with me, then your job's easy because I do everything. All you have to do is just say, hey, Raylene, we're gonna have an election. Here's the date, here's the boards that are going to be going to an election. And then your job, time begins. So it's really pretty easy for you guys. I will send you the notices. Used to be 180-day notice. Now it's 210-day notice. In that notice, I will be sending you this. I'm going to. So whoever is the main contact, I need this information right here, so I can input that into my database. I will be sending you a letter that looks like this, tells you the dates in which the election is available for you guys. They are in November, aren't they? Even, do we know?
Yes, I believe that's what the packets. Let me check on this.
So we'll find out for sure. I'm pretty sure it's November. So that's going to be your cycle, it's November even. You also, another thing that you guys need to decide is when the term begins. Like January 1st, ends December 31st. So that's something you guys need to decide, or you need to let me know. And that's the normal is term begins January 1st, ends December 31st. Okay.
So like today, for their term began February 28th.
Yeah, when the board approved them.
Appointed them, okay.
Yeah, when the board appointed you guys, that's the term that usually begins now for this term. But from here on out, after each election, it will be, so like now it's for those that are two.
Yeah.
No, you're being even. Because you were appointed.
They're appointed on February 28th. So their first term ends, or their first year ends December 31st. So their second year is going to be
March.
their second year.
Because if that's the case, then they're gonna have to
Then
extend.
it would be, no, if we go to December to December, then it would be November 2025.
Okay, so this is gonna be odd. So you're, which helped me a lot, especially if you guys have to go for an election bond or something like that. Because That cannot be canceled. That election cannot be canceled. And I get to that here. But these are the only two forms that you guys need. There used to be a third one, but legislature said we don't need that third one. So we're going to just these two forms. So this is also a call to election that you guys will need to fill out and send to me. If I don't care how you guys send it to me, fax, email, snail mail, I don't care. Now, if your office, your district, sorry, please. All these forms could be on my website. And I have it linked right to it. So it says special district, so there should be no confusion as to what forms that you need. But there's a lot of forms on there because it's a nonpartisan. If you guys are nonpartisan, means you don't have a party. So that makes it a nonpartisan election. But I also have other districts that do need other forms, but you guys only need these two forms. Okay. So like I said, you guys are in basically Title 48, which helps you structure your district. We can cancel a candidate election if less than, equal to or less than the amount of candidates that are running. Have 5. So let's say it's a vote for 2 and only 2 people or no people file. I can cancel it, take it to the board, cancel the election. And then it'll be, that way you don't, I don't charge for that, other than $125. Depending on this size of your district. I don't know how, what the size of your district is. Members of the district? Because.
Population? I know there's 3,400-ish properties.
Okay, so they have to be registered voters.
Those are not all registered voters.
Okay. And or they.
What number, chief?
That's what Mark's saying, there's about 3,200 properties that are owned by people, but there's about 150 approximate people that are registered now.
Registered in Navajo County.
There you go. I don't have that number. Thanks, Kathy.
Sorry.
That's good.
Depending on what the registered property owner combination is, depending on what I charge, and that is on the. Now, there are, I saw also sent a calendar. Calendar will be in the when things are due, and there are deadlines that have to be met. Filing periods that have to be met. It's between 150 and it's a long ways, but what I'll let you guys know. I'll give you such a calendar. If by chance nobody files, then all I need is this form. It's a writing. You always need to maintain a quorum to appoint people. So if it's a vote for 2, but only 1 person filed, and then it'll be up to you guys to feel that, well, if I cancel a point, I'll be that person elected, and that other position is vacant, then that way you guys then have to appoint somebody. It'll be up to you guys, won't be up to us. But you must always maintain a quorum in order to do that. So if it's a vote for 3 and nobody files, but a regular candidate packet or a writing packet, you don't have a quorum. You go before the board and you vote for authority, and then the board will vote for information. So let's try not to. I have a quorum. I have done.
So quick question, since the state is saying that we will be turning in our budgets for supervisor approval until all members are elected. Should there be a cycle where there is not an election, but an appointment, does that waylay that process, or does that fit like a
Him question, please.
That would be a blank, but my question, that's more on the legal side of things, but that, I don't know the answer to that.
So that's something we would need to find out in
Mhm.
the event that we couldn't have everybody elected.
Yeah, I would ask Grant that, but my initial thought is because if you're gonna be a board going forward, and you're appoint somebody, I think as soon as that 4 year election cycle runs, but I think we have to have Grant
What
let
it
us
is,
know about that.
we have to get everybody on election cycle. So what I'm asking is if there are 2 years, the two people at 2 years come up, if there's no election, we appoint them. Feel like there's a real simple term there as to whether that now throws it another 2 years down the road before everyone's been elected.
Kathy, my initial thought on that is like our board of supervisors is reporting each of you individually. At that point, our board of supervisors, the county board of supervisors is not making that appointment. Your board is making that appointment. So I think you're still good to go at that 4 year mark to do that because our board of supervisors is not making that appointment. From my perspective, from the county side, with what I'm required to do on our reporting and stuff like that, that's the transition I'm looking for. It's like when our board, has not made an appointment. And so our board would not have made an appointment to as a board member. That would have been done internally if you don't have somebody to be elected. But I would think when Grant comes in, that'd probably be a good question to follow up with him to ask him about.
Okay. Happy to.
So with that, I'm done. Because once you contact with me, I do everything. For the public. But if the election, first it's the call of election, we need to be posted at 3 public places. And then we will definitely remind you that we post at 3 public areas in the area. Did it in the paper? That's my job. I will do for that, but we will listen to all election. The election is called. If we actually have an election, I'll send you what's called a notice of election. If it's going to be a polling place, if it's going to be a vote by mail, whatever it's going to be, well, I'll send you that, and then that's what we have to put it in the public place. So when you get done with this, I do need this back. Can you put an S? Sure. Oh, all right. That's okay. Did you put this on?
I wanted to make sure. I'm like, oh, please.
Is it? Okay. All right. So I just need whoever's going to be the contact person. I need your information, your telephone number that we can get a hold of you at. I don't know. Okay, then it's.
Everyone in virtual business, I have.
And then email address. I don't know if the district has an email address. Yeah, we do. That and or both. A personal one, whatever. I just need to get a hold of somebody.
Okay. This,
And then
physical address as well, or this?
mailing and physical, because if the mailing is the same thing as a physical, then that's nice.
Okay.
Okay.
You want to pursue the budget?
Yes.
He'll be back at 3, so we got about 11 minutes.
So I left you my business cards. If you guys have any questions, just let me know.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We want to we want physical information, personal information, so that then it's happening for 3 years. It's not a agenda.
Pardon me?
It's not an agenda.
But you have to do it at the
Next.
Yeah, you can't vote on not been agendized.
Okay. So this needs to get back to her today, but we can't. vote on-
Fax it to me.
Okay.
No. And I would probably keep a copy for yourself anyways, but I would like a copy of it emailed to me. As a, if I can get it into my database. 'Cause- And you guys are, this is a new for me also. I've never had a recreational district. So it'll be, we're living at the same time.
Let me switch over.
Yep,
Brent's back.
whatever you need.
That's all right with the board.
All right, Mr. Chairman, if it's okay with you, I apologize, for having to, scheduling was obviously a difficult thing to everybody here. My name is Brent Clark, and if you're okay, I'll go right now, we'll do a little meeting on stuff like that, and then I gotta jump out and go to another meeting that I have
Makes sense. Let's do it.
down in Shoal. Okay, so let me give a brief introduction of who I am and what I do and why I'm up here talking to you. And I talk and walk and do all that, so that's kind of how I present. So anyway, so my name is Brent Clark. I work in the Navajo County Attorney's Office. I've been at the County Attorney's Office for 10 years, April 1st of this year. Throughout that time, I've been the legal advisor to the Recreation District. I don't know, it was about 9 years ago, Melissa, someone came to the board. I made the mistake of sitting in the very back of the room, checking emails and doing that, and somebody came up in the call of the public, complained about what was going on in the district. And my boss, who is the county attorney, looked back and said, "Hey, Brent, can you look into that?" And so ever since that occurred, Melissa and I've been saddled with the opportunity to serve the members of the White Mountain Lakes Recreation District. And I've been providing legal support to the board of directors, who used to be the board of supervisors, because the board of supervisors is my client as well. And so, I've been an attorney and I've practiced in the government realm for almost 15 years now. And so one of my expertise is in open meeting law, public records requests, and a whole host of other items. And so what I'm going to do today is I hope this is a presentation conversation. I know that this is a new role for you. This is something that obviously is going to, for some of you, you mentioned that you had been here in Navajo County 2020. Some of you relocated up here. So Arizona law might be a little bit different than where you came from. Or this might be the first exposure you have to open meeting laws and stuff like that. And so ask me any question that you may have. There are no dumb questions. Let's get the answers out. Let's kind of vet through that. While you have me here, so that I can help you serve the citizens of the White Mountain Recreation District to your very best ability, because I think that that's what everybody wants, right? I think when I, first began this process, I know that it's been a very long process to get this board of directors into the hands of the citizens. I think that it's great. I currently serve on the city of Shoal City Council. I believe in local control, and I think that's one of the main reasons why we push so hard for this, is because you have a better understanding of what should be happening within your district than somebody who lives in Holbrook. And I kind of almost took offense to somebody said the people from Holbrook, because I'm very much a Sholo citizen and I am not a citizen of Holbrook. So I want everybody to make sure that I'll put that on the record, that Brant Clark is a citizen of Holbrook. I take very great pride in my community, as I think all of you do, wanting to serve your people who live with you and make your community a better place. So I'm very much invested in that. So I hope that as we talk and I do this presentation, that you will ask me questions, interrupt me. I'm completely fine with that. I have 4 boys at home. They have no problem interrupting me. I carry no weight and authority in their eyes. I'm just, the walking, talking ATM to them. So anyway, so Arizona open meeting law, it is found in title the Arizona revised statutes. It talks that there is an agency handbook that the Arizona Office of the Attorney General puts out. It's chapter 7 of their agency handbook. I have sent a copy to Mark. He will make sure you get a copy of that. It's not a 55, 56 page document. It might be there. Oh, you got it. Okay, great. So those handbooks should become your reference material anytime you have a question about whether you're in violation of open meeting law, if you have a question about what constitutes a quorum, when you can communicate back and forth to individuals, all of those kind of questions that you may have, go to the reference material first. And I'm going to tell you why that's important moving forward, because I am no longer your legal counsel. At some point, the district's going to have to figure out a budget and hire their own attorney. And that every time you call that attorney, every time you text that attorney, every time you send an email, anything like that, you're going to get billed for. Okay, and so there's a handful of attorneys who specialize in this type of work and providing legal resources to recreation districts, or well, not recreation. You guys, Raylene said that a recreation district, this is the first time she's ever dealt with this. Because it's the only one in the state. You are the only recreation district in the state. That's why nobody else has ever dealt with this. You are technically a taxation improvement district. And so there's very limited number of attorneys who deal with those types of entities. And so anytime you reach out and communicate with that individual, that will cost you money going forward. And right now the going rate for an attorney at that with that type of expertise and stuff like that is around $250 to $400 per hour. So you're going to want to, if you have questions, look in that handbook first. It's usually pretty straightforward. The Office of the Attorney General doesn't put a lot of legalese in there. It's pretty self-understanding as you kind of read through. Sometimes there might be a little bit of something that you may not be able to kind of decipher, and you want to engage your attorney. But I would recommend looking at that handbook first thing. So let's go through what is the purpose of the open meeting law. OML is going to be just the acronym for open meeting law. It is the public policy of the state of Arizona that meetings of public bodies be conducted openly, that notices and agenda be provided for such meetings which contain such information as is reasonably necessary to inform the public of the matters to be discussed or decided. So any uncertainty under the open meeting law should be resolved in favor of openness in the government. Okay, so we talk about our public records. Those are we're what's considered a sunshine state, right? We want the light to be cast upon the public records. The same thing with open meetings, right? We want the business of the public to be conducted in the public, and that's why it's illegal for you to take any binding legal action in private. You can go back into private. We'll get into that in a little bit about doing what's called an executive session, where there's specific items that you can go into executive session for in order to receive legal advice, discuss certain personnel matters, and there's a handful of very specific things that you can go into executive session for. But when you come out of executive session, that's when any official action can be taken. Okay, you can't go back into executive session and vote and take an official action behind closed doors. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. A couple of items too, and I might go through. I'm not a real big death by PowerPoint kind of person, so I'm going to talk and just kind of let you know these laws and stuff like that. And then if I get to a slide that I've already covered, I'm just going to skip through it. So the part about having an open meeting law is there's some certain caveats that you have to adhere to in order to make sure that the public can participate, right? So that's why we're having the meeting here in a venue that's big enough to house members of the public, right? So if we would have had 10,000 people show up to this meeting today, we would not have been able to have it here. We would have had to adjourn or table the agenda for probably a certain amount of time in order to get a venue that would be big enough to hold the 10,000 people who want to come and participate. Does that make sense? So sometimes I've been a part, when I was in law school, I clerked at the Arizona Attorney General's office, and I was on what we call the Omelet Committee. And the Omelet Committee is the open meeting law advisory group that anytime there is a complaint about a public body violating the open meeting law, they send that to the Attorney General's office. They're the investigatory agency to determine whether or not a open meeting law violation has occurred. And then they're the ones who would enact sanctions on the body or the individuals who were participating in that that open meeting law or open meeting that might have violated the state statute and stuff. So when I was serving on that committee, we would get complaints from citizens that the body itself, the public governing board, was having meetings in like a conference room. And there would be 40 people who would show up, and they would have like 3 chairs in the room, and then they would have 10 or 15 people standing behind them, and then there would be people going out the hallway, right? And now if you're that farthest person in that hallway, do you think that they can hear what's transpiring in that room and participate as a member of the public body? Do you think that's possible? No. So that's why we have to have a venue that is appropriate to contain the size of the people who will be there to participate. And normally, it's one of those things that this isn't going to be something that you're going to have a big problem with, but you as a board should be astute enough to know that if you're dealing with an issue that might be a hot button issue and the entire community is going to come to, you need to make sure that you provide a venue that is big enough to house everybody. Does that make sense? So sometimes, if you make a place for your normal meetings to occur every month or every other week or whatever schedule you decide to operate on, if you know that there's going to be a big issue coming up, it's behooving to you to make sure that that venue is big enough. Okay. Any questions about that at this point, or anything that I've talked about up to this point that you might have questions kind of popping up in your mind or anything like that?
Where can you seat 10,000?
10,000 in Sholo. I heard that you would probably have to do it at a football stadium if weather permitted. So if it's a Blue Ridge Sholo football game, we might have had 10,000 people in that, but I think that's the biggest crowd we've probably ever had. So I was back in the day when Blue Ridge had a good football team. Okay, the sources of the law that I'm speaking of. The first one is Title 38, 431 through 439.09. If you're bored and you cannot sleep and you're an insomniac, go read that section and it will put you to sleep. It's very boring, but you can definitely go there. The agency handbook that you have in front of you, there is case law that comes out, right? So sometimes there's a disagreement on whether or not a public body has violated state statute. And so, a private citizen, like today, if someone felt like we were violating the open meeting laws, they could file a complaint with the Omelet Committee down at the Attorney General's office. And then if we said, you know what, the Omelet Committee, said, yeah, they didn't violate open meeting law, but the citizens still felt like, yeah, they did. They could file a lawsuit, and then that could go all the way up to the Arizona Supreme Court. And then they could make case law based upon actions that happen with governing bodies. Just so you know that since you're created under Title 48 in the improvement district portion of that, that automatically makes you a public body, and you have to adhere to these state statutes and agency guidelines and all that kind of stuff, right? So that part's done. You're a public body that has to follow open meetings. Okay. Okay. The Omelet application. I've already kind of gone through that. It includes advisory committees, government bodies, all that kind of stuff. So you do fall underneath that. General requirements that all meetings of a public body shall be public, and all persons desiring to attend shall be permitted to attend and listen to the deliberation and proceedings. All legal action of public bodies shall occur during a public meeting. So that's what it talks about, a legal action, right? If you had, let's say you have employees of the district, and one of those employees gets in trouble and you guys want to fire that person, right? The employee has a right, normally under state statutes and most government employee handbooks, to have that matter discussed in a private setting. So you go into executive session, you talk about all that, and then when you come out, that's when you would vote to terminate the employee or to suspend them or to do something like that. You wouldn't do that behind closed doors. That makes sense? So any official action that you take has to be done in the public side. Okay. Now, there's some very interesting language up there that is critical, and I got in trouble. I didn't really get in trouble, so I pissed some people off from the, I don't know where they're from, south of Joseph City when we had the wind turbine coming in. Because they felt like, I'll have the rest of it, but they felt that because they came to the public meeting, that they have a right to weigh in on matters, and they have a right to be heard, and they have a right to kind of opine while the meeting was going on, right? And there's nothing in that state statute that says all meetings of a public body shall be public, and all persons desiring to attend shall have their voice heard, or shall tell the board exactly what they're thinking, or shall disrupt the board and make sure that they know exactly well how they want them to vote, right? And so it says they can attend and listen to the deliberations and the proceedings. Now, yes?
Isn't that what those calls to the public for those cards that you fill out in the very beginning?
Mhm.
So the bill would be public meeting laws. Every meeting, are they allowed to have their 5 minutes like we do at the BLS and Holbrook?
Yeah, that's a great question, right? You technically don't have to have calls to the public. That's not a requirement. Okay, I know that would piss a lot of people off if we stop having calls to the public. And why is that? Why is it that we have calls to the public and that our public bodies allow that to occur?
That we can hear the public's concerns.
Yeah, exactly. And that's, a lot of people think that that's a right, and it's not. It's actually a privilege that the governing body extends to them. Okay, so that's something that you know, when I was sitting there as legal counsel one day, and we had a member of our a very kind, a very giving, a very soft demeanor individual was the chairperson of that body. She was being bullied by the audience. They kept yelling and they kept doing it. I had to stand up and say, what you're doing is not appropriate. You don't have a right to talk at our chairman or chairwoman. You don't have a right to scream and yell and do all that kind of stuff. And also, one of the things that you might have to deal with is an applicant comes forward and they may be presenting something to you, and the public wants the exact same amount of time to give their opposing view of that. You don't have to give them the exact amount of time, right? You do have, if you are going to have an open meeting and you are going to give a call to the public, you cannot stifle views of individuals that may be in opposition to you. Okay, so what you have to do at the call of the public is give everybody the same amount of time so that you're not being discriminatory. And the reason why that is because of the First Amendment, right? So if you are going to have a call to the public, you have to give everybody the equal opportunity to speak for that amount of time, the same amount of time. Yes, ma'am.
So, as the board of supervisors, there are a lot of board supervisors, they are permitted to speak back to us.
Yeah.
Correct?
Yeah.
So say we have people in the audience interrupting somebody who's up there and they're speaking during their allotted time. What are the regulations as far as like are we allowed to remove people from speaking out and not allowing the person to have their 5 minutes to speak?
That's a great question. So the chairman, as being that officer, you have the obligation to make sure that the meeting is run in an orderly and with decorum and without any kind of disorderly conduct occurring at that time, right? And so a couple of things that need to be just delineated too there. The call to the public is an opportunity for a member of the public to come and address the body, the governing body on an issue that is not agendized, right? And so if, let's take an example for the White Mountain Lakes Recreation District. Let's say that on your next meeting, you have, and this is all hypothetical, please nobody go out and, tell the community The deputy county attorney said this is what's happening, but this is just a hypothetical scenario. Let's say that your next meeting, you've decided you're going to look for legal counsel. You're going to look and try to start developing your budget, and you're going to look at how you're going to move forward with the beginning of the season and what kickoff you want to have for the Memorial Day celebration, right? Like those are the three topics that you're discussing. Well, a member of the community wants to come, and there's been an ongoing issue with getting new boat books, right? And they want that, they think that should be what you're undertaking now instead of those three items. That would be an appropriate, time for the person to get up and say, hey, my name is this, I live at this address. Those are appropriate information that you have to get from somebody who doesn't call to the public. If somebody gets up and says, I don't want to give my name, I don't want to give my address, that is a discretionary matter that the chairman can decide whether or not they're going to allow them to speak or not, right? Because you have to ascertain whether they're part of the community and stuff like that. So that is information that you can get from an individual for a call to the public. And then they can sit there and talk for their 5 minutes or whatnot about, the need for boat docks and stuff. And then they would get back and they could go and sit back down. If an individual wanted to come and talk about the activity for the Memorial Day celebration, the call to the public would not be an appropriate time for them to get up and speak. The time for them to get up and speak would be during the time that agendized item is being discussed. Okay. And so, and then what the board can do, there's usually 3 items that you can do when a person comes up at the call to the public. Okay, and the call to the public is different than an agendized item. If a person comes up during a public hearing for an agendized item, the board can dialogue with them and they can talk about it. You can have if that's a public hearing, you can interact with the person and kind of talk and ask questions and do all that kind of stuff. If it's a call to the public, you cannot do that. The only thing that you can do is you can respond to criticism that's been levied, right? If somebody comes up and says, if I'm on the city council and someone gets up and says, Brant Clark is the biggest worthless piece of crap and he needs to be, tarred and feathered out in the street, then after that person is done, the mayor would probably give me a chance to respond to personal criticism that has been levied against me, right? And so that's where I would be able to respond to that criticism. We can direct staff to reach out to the person who came to the call of the public. For example, our most recent city council meeting on Tuesday night, but the one prior to that, we had an individual who got up and said, hey, your guys' snowplower operators have been driving on the wrong side of the road. I'm having issues with that and all that. And so what happened was the mayor directed staff to reach out to that individual. And then the person who made that complaint 2 weeks ago got up on Tuesday night and said, I want to thank the mayor and the council. That has been remedied. The driver was out plowing after I had come up here. He was driving on the right side of the road. And so you can actually direct staff to look into a matter and to come back and report on that. And then the third and final thing that you can do in the call to the public is you can ask that item be placed on a future agenda. Okay, so if somebody got up and said, hey, we really need new boat docks here, or we want to expand them, or we want to, do whatever there, then someone on the board of directors can ask the chairman that be placed on a future agendized item. So then that way you can have a more intimate dialogue with the person who's bringing it up and staff and develop all of that dialogue, right? Any questions about that up to this point? There's quite a bit of information and there's quite a bit of scenarios that I put forward. Does anybody have any questions up to this point? Yes, ma'am.
I guess my only question is, we all knew that eventually you would not be representative to us. Do
Yes.
we have like 30 days? Do we have a minute and a half?
I'm actually billing you right now, so I will, can someone make sure they get my bill at the end of this and just make it out to cash? No, so in the interim, obviously, technically under the legal statutes, you should have legal counsel as soon as you took ownership as the board, the 5 of you, And the board of supervisors is no longer operating in that capacity because I'm not, you're not one of my clients, the board of supervisors is. And that's, so I would say that that would be something you should do. One of the first things you should do is look at hiring legal counsel. And you would normally do that through what's called an RFQ. It's called a request for qualifications, not an RFP. An RFP is a request for proposals. So an RFQ, when you're dealing with professionals like attorneys, engineers, architects, accountants, those types of people, you want to look at the way in which you look for the qualifications that the individual has, not specifically the amount that they're going to charge you. You're going to want somebody who has expertise in the area of improvement districts in Title 48, not just your run-of-the-mill attorney who does criminal defense and picks up some personal injury stuff on the side, because they won't have the expertise needed to advise you forward. Okay, any questions up to this point? So a meeting, this is the very basic definition, and this is where you can get into trouble. And that's why I want to be very clear about this. So a meeting is a gathering in person or through technological devices of a quorum of members of a public body at which they discuss, propose, or take legal action, including any deliberations by a quorum with respect to such action. So can a meeting occur through text?
No.
Want to read that again? A meeting is a gathering in person or through technological devices. So if I send a text out to all of you guys and say, hey, I really like this attorney, what do you guys think? And all of you, the other 4 people say, yeah, that's great, let's hire him. Has a meeting occurred? Yes. So what does that mean? It means you have to post it, you have to provide notice to the public, has to be in a venue, and there has to be an agenda for you to be able to discuss that. And some things about the open meeting law is the agendized item needs to be specific enough so that the public knows what you're going to talk about. Okay? So if you put on there agenda item number 1 is usually called the public. We always like to start off our meeting with people telling us how poor we're doing, right? That's Arizona right there. We're like, come on in, tell us volunteers how crappy of a job we're doing. And how much are you guys all getting paid for that? I want to put a shameless plug for people who are volunteering. Nothing, right? And so I always love it when the, and granted, right, sometimes the criticisms are warranted, but at the same time, we got to remember we're all just here volunteering, trying to help make our communities better. Anyways, so you'll start off with your call to the public, and second, your item might just be district business, right? And then you, as a board, because you know that you're going to give a contract to 5 different individuals that everybody in the community hates, you just say district business. Is that providing enough public notice to the public in order for your agenda to pass the open meeting law muster? No, not at all, right? So your agendized items need to be very clear, and they need to be able so the public can read that and say, you know what, I'm going to go up, I'm going to show up and make sure that I can participate on that, or at least watch and listen on how the board is dealing with this matter. Okay. Yes, sir.
Truck takes out a guardrail on Silver Creek Drive, and I text everybody, hey, the water main is broke.
Yep.
I guess to be on a agenda?
Nope. Because you are not discussing, proposing, or taking legal action. You're just informing, right? Like I'll get an email sometimes from Melissa where she'll notify our board of supervisors, hey, we just settled a lawsuit. If you have a question about it, follow up individually with Brandon, right? Because the purpose of Melissa's email is only informational only, right? If you said, hey guys, the main broke and I think we should hire so-and-so to fix it and all of that kind of stuff, that's where you could potentially run into a problem with the open meeting law violation. And that's why it's important for you as a governing body your real purpose is to develop policy in order for policies and procedures for the district to be ran on in an efficient manner, not to be the 5 people who run and implement those policies, right? And so that's why having staff and people who are competent to do the daily stuff is important. So, and that's why Melissa, we always consider her kind of like the gatekeeper of information, because she'll receive information and then she'll disseminate it to the board in an appropriate manner that won't violate open meeting laws. And then if they have questions or comments or something like that, they go back to her instead of all 5 of them, you know, contacting each other and doing that. But there's the term that we use is daisy chaining. I don't know if you've ever heard that term or not, or spoke. What's that, sir?
Not chain of custody.
Yeah, well, and the other is like you spoke it where every one person is kind of like getting everybody else's information stuff. So that's why it's important when things are being discussed that you have, you know, a point of contact or someone who can be the one to disseminate information, gather that, do all those kind of things. Because if the board starts sending texts out and doing those kind of things, one, it creates a public record. I'm pretty sure Melissa went over that. I'm sorry, I was stepped out, but if you have your personal cell phone and you're sending texts that are dealing with district business, it's open to a public records request. So when it's not going to be graphic, we don't have any children in the room, but it drives home a very valid point. One of my other clients is the Navajo County Sheriff's Office, right? And so if you ever you're driving down the road and you see one of our deputies out there and he's taking pictures of a crash scene, that is a county issued phone. And the reason for that is because if he's taking pictures of something and then he goes and uploads it to our server and all that, we have control over it. If he grabs his own personal cell phone and takes a picture of that, then the criminal defense attorney not only has access to that picture, but he has access to all of the text messages, all of his emails, every one of the photos that he's taken and sent to his wife or his girlfriend or both, and the messages that they have sent to him, which might be, you know, show them in some sort of state of undress or something like that. And so many law enforcement officers in the state of Arizona have been deeply embarrassed by the pictures that have been discoverable because of the public records request by a criminal defense attorney. So when you use your cell phone, when you use your personal Gmail account or your other personal email accounts and all that, and you do it where you're conducting district business, it is discoverable under a public records request and you would have to disclose it. Make sense?
Can you provide us a phone?
Yeah. That's a decision you as a board would obviously have to make. So going back to the points and what we're trying to get at is when you're before you hit send on an email or a text or anything like that, you need to run it through this very specific language right here. Is if you're going to communicate with all of the members of the board, am I creating a meeting? Am I creating a gathering, whether it's in person or electronic, of a quorum of the members of the public body where I'm discussing, proposing, or taking legal action on a matter that might come before us? And if you are, then you are potentially violating open meeting law because you did not provide notice, you did not provide an agenda, and you did not give the public the opportunity to come and to listen to the manner in which the public is being, the business is being conducted. Okay? Questions about that? That is a very good question, sir, about that. And so you need to, it has to meet this criteria. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so question, hypothetical again.
Yeah.
Because we are a small community, and we have 2 restaurants.
Yes.
The chances that the 5 of us people
Yes.
would be in the same restaurant at the same time is possible.
Yes.
As long as we're not sitting there discussing business, we're sitting at our own tables doing our own thing. Nobody can send us scathing emails that we are violating open meetings.
They can send you scathing emails. There's nothing to stop them. Let me just be clear about that. They will send you scathing emails. That's part of the benefits of being a public servant. The other part of that is we always recommend to our members of our board of supervisors, to the council, all that, if there's going to be a quorum present, we post it. Okay, and what we say in that posting is a quorum of the members of the Board of Supervisors may be present at, you know, if a local person that everybody likes gets is retiring. We'll post that you know that there was a luncheon for the city manager of the city of Show last month. He retired. Multiple members of the community were going from all different government bodies, and all that was posted was a quorum of the governing body of the city of Show will be present. However, no discussion will take place or anything like that, and there will not be any public business occurring or anything of that nature. Right now, that is the attorney giving you advice to be the absolute most cautious way that you can. So if I was going to tell your clerk, I would say, if Friday night they do a fish fry at the local restaurant and the 5 of you frequent that on a regular basis, I would have a standing posting wherever you post your meetings and all that says a quorum may be present every Friday night at this place, but no business will be discussed or anything like that.
Okay, so like we have a community coffee once a month.
Yeah.
That several of us tend to attend.
Yeah.
And more along the time.
Yeah.
As long as that was publicly put, that members of the board may attend the community coffee.
Yeah.
But no business will be attended, then that is.
Basis. Now, if you show up in that's business, right? And so there are going to be times, and this is one that always sticks out in my mind when I was serving at the Attorney General's office on the Ombudsman Committee. We had a fire district in Flagstaff that had a 3-member board, right? Most boards in Arizona are made up of 3, 5, or 7, right? And this 3-member board was made up of a husband and a wife and some other random citizen. So every time that husband and wife were together, guess what was present? A quorum, right? So how do we overcome that, right? Is we make sure that they don't talk about things that they shouldn't be in a non-public setting, that they don't discuss business or propose legal action or any of those kind of things, right? So there are times where that's going to occur, and you just, as the individual, just needs to use some common sense and stuff like that. But if there is something that's reasonably foreseeable that the quorum is going to be present, I would recommend that you post it and just make sure the public knows that we're not going to conduct business there. But any other questions about that? What constitutes a meeting, or how a quorum could cause problems, any of those kind of things? All right. So what is legal action? All discussions, deliberations, consideration, or consultations among a majority of the members of a public body regarding matters that may foreseeably require final action or final decision by the governing body, that constitutes a legal action. Okay, so that's the definition of when you're dealing with something. Sometimes, people will, the term that really pops out to me here is that may foreseeably require final action, right? So if you know that in the middle of the summertime, there's always some type of decision that the board has to deal with, right? Whether it's renewing a contract for a vendor, or if it's doing some sort of rehabilitation, vegetation around the lake, or if there's like sprucing up the bathrooms, whatever it is. Don't talk about that among the 5 of you, because you could foresee in a month or 2 that it might come up, right? And so that's something that you would want to make sure that you don't have those kinds of discussions that members of the public might think you're taking legal action on, or that it's reasonably foreseeable. Okay, but if all of a sudden, if you have a discussion about the boat docks or something like that, and then 6 months down the road, the boat docks spontaneously blow up and you have to buy new ones, the conversation 6 months ago isn't going to really be a true violation of open meeting law, because you couldn't reasonably foresee that your boat docks were going to implode. Okay, agendas. The public body may discuss, consider, decide only those matters listed on the agenda and other matters related thereto. Whether a matter is related to an agenda item will be construed narrowly. Okay, so what does that mean? That means that if you place something on the agenda and you give a very specific definition to it, and you say, let's say the March 9th, 2023 at 2 p.m., we're going to discuss developing the budget for the 2024, season and how we're going to, pay for all of these kind of things. And that's on your agenda. When people get here, they're going to expect that you're talking about your budget, right? And what that's going to go into and all that. And the discussion might focus around, if there's going to be asset improvements, if you're going to hire people, all of those kind of things would be what you would normally talk about in your budget, right? And then let's say that during that same discussion, someone, you're having a public hearing and a member of the public gets up and starts making an accusation about one of the employees and that they've been sleeping on the job. And then all of a sudden, the five of you are now talking about an employment issue. Well, that wouldn't be what is agendized, and that wouldn't be appropriate for you to be discussing it at that point. Okay. So there might be a time where somebody on this board might say, you know what, I think we're getting a little bit off topic. If we want to continue having this topic or discussing this, let's go ahead and agendize this for a future meeting so that we can talk about it and members of the public can adequately prepare to be here to listen to that. And so that's completely appropriate. It's completely, I would invite you not to get upset or to make it seem like someone's, personally attacking you or take something like that personal. If someone on the board that says, you know what, I think we're getting a little bit off topic, let's kind of get back to the agenda. Don't take offense to that, right? Because the penalties, which I have a slide in here, are pretty severe, right? And so you don't, they're helping you out because sometimes when we get into a discussion, it kind of just naturally flows, and before you're on this narrow path, and then soon you're way over here. And if someone reminds the team to get back on the path, don't get offended by that because they're trying to stave off an open meeting law. You got a question, man?
Yeah, so can it be anyone on the board to say, I think we need to stay on the agenda, or is, okay, so it's not like the chairman?
No, anybody on the board can really say, hey, we should probably get back on the topic there. And the reason why that is because when you signed up to be on this board, you also incurred potential liability, right? Because if you violate open meeting law and the omelet committee finds that you did, they can assess penalties of fines up to and including removal of office if it's so egregious and so severe that you did something that really violated open meeting law. So that's so all of you have an obligation not only to make sure that you're following that, but you need to make sure that you're not incurring that kind of liability on your own. So, yeah. Okay, agendas for public meetings must contain a listing of the specific matters to be discussed, considered, or decided. Executive sessions agendas must specifically identify the reason for the executive session, should cite the subsection of. Okay, so if you're going to go in, there's like I said in 38-431.03, there are very specific reasons why you can go into executive session, and one of whatever those items are, you have to specifically list that. And there's a little bit of a trick to dealing with, and I wouldn't say it's a trick, I don't want that word. There is an art to agendizing executive sessions, because there's executive sessions are usually used for employment related matters, dealing with contracts, if you're going to buy property, certain things that need to be kept confidential. Because if all of a sudden we post discussion is going to be about us buying the property across the street from here, well, that piece of property is probably going to go up, right? And so there needs to be a little bit of confidentiality when you're dealing with confidential matters. So you have to specifically list the item according to state statute of what you're going to discuss, but at the same time, make sure that you give enough information to the public, but not enough so that it ruins whatever you're discussing. That makes sense? Mm-hmm. So there's multiple times where I'll reach out to Melissa. Like we just settled a lawsuit against the county. There's a settlement agreement in the process of it. We had a reporter from the White Mountain Independent who was reaching out to us wanting comments on it and stuff like that. And we had to make sure that we provided enough notice to the public so that they could attend the meeting in case of legal action occurred once we came out of executive session, but not so much that it jeopardized the potential settlement with the lawsuit. And if that ever happens, right, where if you have a concern for that, and you see something on the agenda that's an executive session, and you are like, you know what, I don't think we're giving enough description to the public or something like that, and that's where you need to reach out to the chairman or to your legal counsel to say, hey, I'm having a concern about this, and you would get input for that specific issue.
So would the chain of command be chairman first, legal counsel second?
That's really up to the 5 of you, because I've served on a school board where only the chairman, or excuse me, the chairwoman could, or no, she wasn't the chairwoman, she was the president. The president of the school board and the superintendent could reach out to legal counsel to get legal advice to incur costs on the district. And then I've had other boards and commissions that I was legal counsel to, and anybody could reach out to them at any time. So it really depends on how the 5 of you decide how you want to do that. So some people view that as like, well, not everybody should be contacting the attorney and incurring costs, because sometimes you get members who are competing. You know, they'll think that they're right, and they'll be like, they'll call the attorney and say, hey, I want to get this answer on this, and then another person that they're having a problem with will reach out to the attorney, and so the attorney kind of feels like they're being pulled in 2 directions, when in fact it's not you individually who they represent, it's the board or the district as a whole is their client. And so sometimes that's really a question on how the 5 of you want to do business on a daily with your attorney and some of your other people that you're going to be working with. Went through that. Meeting notices, they must be posted at least 24 hours in advance of the meeting. If not posted, the meeting cannot be held. Okay. And where the posting has to occur is the official posting board, wherever that is. When I used to help out with this back when you had the advisory committee. The advisory committee, at no point since its inception, I think in the early 90s, has the recreation district had a board of directors other than the board of supervisors. At various times throughout its existence, the recreation district has had an advisory committee who fell under the same open meeting law requirements, public notices, or public records requirements, and all that kind of stuff. And when the advisory committee was in operation, they would post their agendas at the post office or the community center. I'm not sure where the legal one is now, but do you know where that's at, where the agendas must be posted at?
We did it on the website.
Okay.
For this meeting.
Okay. So what I would recommend is post it on your website and then find somewhere that's a community place that you can post it. In the city of Show Low and the board of supervisors, we have actual physical locations where we post them. So at the county, we post it at the Navajo County, right outside the board of supervisors room. At the city of Show Low, we post it at City Hall and at the Aquatic Center. And then also post it on your web.
Oh, they have a question.
Yes.
Do we have a bulletin board at?
Yes. So yes, we do. I posted it, a hard copy at the bulletin board on the lake and also at the post office. The website was the official place. It also went on their Facebook page, and also they had the email blast that carried the meeting agenda as well. Well, I can show you. It shows you do.
So after that one thing that you, on your next agenda, that you're probably gonna wanna put on there, you have to where your official postings will be, and then you need to email me a letter indicating where those are, so that I can have an official document from you noticing that.
Okay, any questions about what should be on the posting and the time frame? 24 hours notice is the requirement. That is not the if you want to do a bigger, like a give the public a greater one, there's nothing that prevents you from doing that, right? Like ours, when do we post ours usually? Fridays, and the meeting's on Tuesdays, so that gives members of the public significant more time than just 24 hours. Okay. One caveat to this is, and we just dealt with this with the board of supervisors. Once you post when a meeting is going to occur and the agendized item is on there, you can continue that item without having to go and do any other kind of like public notification. if at the meeting, one of the 5 members of the board, and then there's an action taken to table the matter to a new specific time, and that's given to the public at the meeting, right? So if it says, hey, we're gonna have a meeting on, the intergovernmental agreement that we have with the Silver Creek Irrigation District, and we're gonna meet on March 9th at 2 o'clock to discuss that, and you send out a bunch of notifications and stuff, or let's say you're gonna, you want to get the community's input on the rate that you charge all of the property owners, or the taxation requirements, or the budget, or anything like that. And then you come here March 9th and you had been expecting some type of information, whether it's a report or whether it's a contractor was going to provide you information or anything like that. And they say, you know what, we didn't get to it, but give us 2 more weeks. At that point, the board of directors could say, I move to table this matter to March 24th at 2 p.m. And then you don't have to send out notifications to everybody, because the people who received notification for the original one, they could have came here to the meeting when you made the motion to table it to a specific date and time. That's when they would have received that notification, and then you can hold it at that time. Does that make sense? Okay. Because the whole idea behind open meeting laws is again to have transparency and to have the public be able to attend and listen to the public's, listen to how the governing body is conducting themselves. Okay. Clicker ain't working hard. What's going on, man?
Yep, go try now.
Turn me off. I'll just go ding. Like,
All
remember
right.
those those slideshows back? I'm dating myself. I totally am. Where we read a book or something and ding. So I'll just go ding, and Mark, you're gonna flip the page for me.
Okay,
Just hit enter. Oh, there it works.
there you go. Now you're back.
All right. What's that?
I remember the original slide when the camera slide.
Yeah. You gotta click it, right? Yeah, I remember that. I was in great, yeah. Okay, so you have to have a record of the meetings. You have to have a statement describing the legal actions, minutes, and a recording must be posted to the web and available to the public within 3 working days after the meeting. Okay, and that would be if you don't have the final minutes or anything like that, that's what you would be posted. Approved minutes must be posted on the web within 2 working days after they are approved. Okay. Minutes are required at every meeting, even if only discussion occurred on the items with no action taken. If the quorum lost, then the minutes must reflect up to that point. What does that mean? There might be a time where 5 of you show up and 3 of you may leave. And therefore, if a quorum is no longer present, you cannot take action. Okay? And we've seen that happen where some of the people, like let's say one of you is not, you're having health issues, you're out of town, you're traveling, something like that. And so one of you is not present and you're excused from being at the meeting. Well, then the discussion gets really heated and, 2 want one thing to happen and 2 want another thing. So those 2 people get up and leave. Well, now a quorum is no longer there, so you can't take action. And that's a procedural kind of tactic that some people have used to get away from an official vote being taken. So at that point, there would be, in the minutes, you would put that, Mr. or Mrs. So-and-so got up and left at, at 8:38 p.m. At 8:39, another person left, therefore no quorum. The quorum was then at that point no longer present, so no official action was taken after that point of the meeting. Does that make sense? Okay, all public meetings require the minutes include all of that information right there. And Mark has this on his, I can make this available to all of you, so
We'll send it to you.
will have it available of it, so you can refer back to it. You don't have to remember everything off the slides. Okay, I already talked about calls to the public. Went through that. Penalties for violating the open meeting law. Nullification or voiding of the action taken. Okay, if you don't have a quorum, if you did something that actually the Attorney General's office finds that you violated open meeting law, the action that you took that night will be nullified. And what you have to do to clear that up is you would have to, at some point, place it on a future agenda, give a description, do all that, have a quorum present, and then bring, bring that action back again, and then vote on it once more, and then that action, if it did not violate open meeting law, would be a ratification of the previous one. Okay. Civil penalties up to $500 can be assessed. Attorney's fees can be assessed as well. So what happens is if I feel like you're violating open meeting law and I complain to the Attorney General's office and they say, no, we don't think what has happened, then I can sue you privately and the judge can award me my attorney's fees and costs that would come out of the budget of the district. Okay, so if I'm the prevailing party, I have the ability to get my attorney's fees and costs. And a lot of times, if there is a situation like that, the attorney's fees and costs can kind of rack up pretty quick because there's a lot of documents and discovery and all that stuff that has to go through. So if it's egregious enough, you can be removed from office if you acted with the intent to deprive the public of information. So there has to be a requisite intent for that. Okay, 4 activities must be conducted at a properly noticed meeting. A proposed legal action, discussing a legal action, deliberating with respect to legal action, and taking that legal action. 3 of these, discussing, deliberating, taking legal action, require two-way communication and exchange between members of the public body. However, proposing legal action does not require a collective action. Consequently, members of the public bodies must be particularly careful with communication that propose legal action. Okay, so if you send up a notice to the chairman and say, I think we should, I fully support giving so and so a contract. I want to vote in favor of this. That could violate open meeting law because you're telling the public how you're going to vote on a specific matter that you reasonably can foresee will come before you. Okay, so be careful in your communications with each other as well as with members of the district who might be staff and stuff like that. Okay, we've already gone through all of this. We've talked about emails, we've talked about text. Everybody, I hope that's clear. Any questions up to this point? I think that's all my presentation. Yep. Michelle?
Thank you.
Going back to executive session and how you take an official action, when you take an official action, can you take an action in executive session? Can't obviously, but that's a nuance, right? I think a lot of things can be tripped on. So
yeah,
cover them.
That's a really good point. That's a good topic to go into, Michelle, because when you go into executive session, staff or your attorney or somebody needs some type of direction, right? Because like some of the items that you can talk about in executive session is dealing with an employment-related issue, receiving legal advice on a whole host of any items that you may be dealing with. Like, let's say that somebody felt like today we violated the open meeting law. They send that to the Attorney General's office. The Attorney General wants to do an investigation. So you would contact your attorney and say, hey, we got notice that we have a claim against us for violating the open meeting law. What do we do? You would schedule an agendized executive session. Before you can go into executive session, someone has to make a motion. There has to be a second, and then the body has to vote to leave regular session and go into executive session. Once you're in executive session, then you would get legal advice on this hypothetical open meeting law violation, right? And when you're in discussing it with your attorney, he or she, are going to give you multiple options. They're going to say, you may want to fight this. I don't think there's any merit to it. I think that we should pay the fine, right? And let's just make it go away. There's a whole litany of things that you can do when you're getting legal advice. And so in some ways, you have to give that attorney some type of direction without showing your hand to the public, right? Like if all five of you get into an executive session, you're like, we want to fight this tooth and nail. We'll spend every dime that we have. We don't care. This is, our righteous indignation is going to see us through the day. You don't want to tell the public that, because the other opposing side, if they get record of that minute and stuff like that, they're going to see, all right, these guys are going to fight like cats and dogs, and they're going to spend as much money as they can, and that gives away a tactical advantage for your lawyer, right? The other thing too is he may say you need to settle, and so if you come out and say, I recommend that we settle this lawsuit for $5,000, and the opposing side was saying we'll settle it for $1,500. Well, now if I'm the attorney for this other side, I'm gonna say, well, I want to counter that settlement offer from $1,500 to $5,000, because I know that you have authorized your attorney to settle it for $5,000, right?
Right.
So when you're in executive session, you're gonna have to give direction to your attorney or to whoever your staff is that might be reasonably necessary to be in the executive session. And that's one more caveat. Remind me to say that. Who can attend an executive session? Okay, remind me to go through that once I finish this point. So once you, when you're in executive session, there needs to be some sort of consensus without an official legal action taken to tell your attorney or your staff or your accountant, your architect or engineer, whoever it might be in executive session you're giving direction to, without taking an official legal action. And that might be, as the attorney might say, hey, you know what, we want to settle this. Is everybody kind of in a consensus? You guys want us to settle this matter? Yeah. How much is everybody kind of comfortable with? Some people might say, $50,000. Others might be like, I'm willing to go up to 100,000. And they say, okay, well, what's kind of the idea here that we want to do? Everybody kind of looks around. Okay, 75,000. Everybody good with that? Yeah. Then you would come out of executive session. Once you come out of executive session, you go back into regular session. And then at that point, you have the legal authority to take legal action on the matter. So then at that point, you would say, I would move that we authorize our attorney to move forward with this matter in a manner consistent with the discussion we had in executive session. And so the attorney kind of has the parameter. The secretary, you're making executive session minutes. Those are different than regular session minutes. Those are not open to public records requests, and you'll need to make sure that you maintain them separate from the regular minutes. They're also reviewed and approved separately. So did you go over all this? Okay. They're approved by you five. So let's pretend that we have an executive session. You would vote to go into executive session. If you voted by a majority of a quorum to go into executive session, you would go into it. You would still take minutes that are completely separate. And the same thing, if you record your meetings, you need to have your recordings separated. You don't just use the same recorder and stop and play. You have to take that file. It needs to be separate. And then and let's say you go through having an executive session, you come out, you go into regular session, you take legal action, and then the next time you would be even able to approve those executive session minutes is when you have another executive session. So if let's say you don't have an executive session until September of this year, you won't have the opportunity to approve those executive session minutes until September. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So if any of you disclose any information that is contained in executive session, that could lead to fines up to and including removal of office. And the county attorney's office can prosecute you for willfully disclosing information that was discussed in executive session. Okay, and that's why it's very specific when you can have an executive session. It's not just kind of at any whim that you want to have, or you have to meet the statutory requirements to go in to executive session and be able to articulate exactly why you meet the statutory requirements for that. Okay, so what did I tell you to remind me of? Okay, who can attend executive session? The only people who can attend executive session are those who are reasonably necessary to carry out the executive session. So the 5 of you are those people who have to attend it. You have to have a clerk. Now, some government bodies have their clerk attend to take minutes. That is not a necessary requirement, right? Melissa comes into our executive session because the Board of Supervisors feels that it's necessary to have her there. But a member of the Board of Supervisors could actually take minutes if they didn't want the clerk to come in. So if you are having an executive session and you're having more people in there than you 5, you should be able to articulate why their presence is reasonably necessary to carry out the executive session. Okay, so obviously if I was your legal counsel, you would say, you know, Mr. Clark from the county attorney's office was here to provide legal counsel. That's a simple enough statement. If you're dealing with the acquisition of property, you might have your real estate agent in there to talk about the terms and conditions of the property, the costs of it, all that kind of stuff. That would be an appropriate, declaration would be, Mr. Real Estate Agent was there because he was representing the district on acquiring property. Not every person needs to be in there, right? Like, so if you have, like, let's say for some reason you decide you're going to hire a full-time director of the district, right? A full-time employee year-round, that person does not have to be in executive session every single time, just because that they're in the know and they kind of know what's going on. There has to be an articulable way or a reason for them to be in the executive session. Okay. Any other questions, comments, concerns, open meeting law?
When you come out of executive session, you have to make a motion to return to regular session. And then make your motion about executive session. You have to make a motion to go into executive session, the motion coming out of executive session.
Any other questions, comments for me? Because I'm getting ready to take off. This will, I hope it's not the last time I ever see you, but it is the last time I will be providing legal training, not legal advice. It's legal training from the county attorney's office and the Board of Supervisors. I will say this: if you have a legal question that relates to this training and all that, email Melissa. Melissa will get a hold of me, and I'm happy to answer and respond to those questions. If you have a specific question about, like a legal matter that's facing the board currently, then I would probably refer you to your own legal counsel for that. But if you have a general question that deals with open meeting law, public records requests, that kind of stuff, then I can answer. I'm happy to do that. That has a nexus with this training. All right, thank you. Best of luck. I think I'm excited for the district. So after having been here, we'll see everybody. Have a great day. Okay. You, sir. Yeah.
What?
So, I'm gonna have a disclosure. I'm not an attorney, so I'm not as great at speaking as Grant is. I'm an accountant. And my preference is to be locked away in the closet with my calculator. I do fit that. So I have no, no, that's mine. Sorry. So with that, I do want to say congratulations to all of you for being nominated to serve as the first governing board of the White Mountains Planning Improvement District. So I offer my congratulations. One of the things kind of generally that we've been talking about is government structure. And financially, that there's, from an accounting perspective, there's also a governance structure. So I know Brent kind of talked about from the legal side, but from a financial and accounting side, it's a little bit different. So what we're talking about is level of control. So the county board of supervisors is appointed you to represent as a board. So from an accounting perspective, so there's what we call governmental accounting standards that we have to weigh issues every year, and we have to follow those in the county side of things. So because our board still is considered as some level of control because they've appointed you, and so that's kind of what we talk about until you become a fully elected board. And that's kind of from an accounting perspective, that's kind of when we'll probably totally kind of step away. So that's kind of a long kind of blended explanation of right now you have been a component unit and you will still, from an accounting perspective, we will still kind of treat you kind of as a component unit of the county until the county board of supervisors is deemed to not have any control over the board, and that's going to be every member of the board that's an elected member of the board. Okay, so just to throw that out there. So I do want to talk about the budget development process, and a couple of my worksheets. I want to talk. We're going to talk specifically about your budget, but with the budget, it serves a couple of functions. And at the most basic level, the budget is a legal document that gives you the authority to spend money. It also gives you the authority to collect revenues. And so, we'll kind of go into a little bit more detail about what those are. So it allows you to allocate the resources and controls how much you can spend. So one of the things that I would recommend is when you're talking about a budget is to realize your budget is, to be honest, it's your best guess. It's what your expectations can happen next year. Obviously, there's some things that are going to pop up that you might not have encountered, or things that you plan on doing that you don't end up doing. But from a financial perspective, it's kind of your best expectation of what you want to occur from a fiscal perspective going forward. And those expectations should be supported by some kind of analysis, like what, so for us, forecasting the county. So we can look at like the sales tax revenue, we have our forecasting model and doing that. You're going to be a little bit simpler and go into that. One of the things that we do also want to do and keep in mind is to build in flexibility. So, for those unexpected things, you have flexibility to respond to something that, maybe might happen, that you might have to pay for. And so the other thing is consider is our budget. We want to focus our budget decisions on results and outcomes. What do you really want to accomplish? When you're spending that money, what do you want to accomplish? Obviously, we have some operating expenditures that we want to run the lake and the services that are provided there. Or is there any other things, you want to improve the docks, or, whatever it is, what do you want to accomplish with the money going forward? From the county perspective, this is kind of the traditional approach to governmental budgeting, is we call it incremental. So what that typically means, and this is kind of how we do it in the county, is we look at last year's budget, kind of roll that forward and kind of look at it and say, okay, well, here's change in revenues, how we can kind of look at expenses. So what we're saying is we don't really strip it down and kind of roll it forward. So incrementally, that's kind of what we do, is we kind of take last year's budget and kind of build on that for the next year and vice versa, kind of going forward. So that's kind of the budget development process, and we're going to kind of go into each of these bullet points kind of individually here. So one of the things is I would recommend to the board to establish some objectives. So at the county, that first up there at the top is kind of our budget foundation. Those are the kind of the three pillars that we've kind of built our budget on. And the first one is to have a balanced budget to address, expenditures that address the needs of the district. So, are we spending money to address the different needs that have identified? The second one is to have financial reserves. We don't want to basically be broke at the end of the year. We want to be, unless something major happens and we have to spend some what we call contingency money. But we want to identify and have a policy to say, but this is where we're comfortable, with our reserve policy. And then the county, one of the things that we talk about is, how much money do we need to at least maintain our service level? And then how much, additional funds do we need to maybe improve that or make investments in capital? So these are all kind of things to kind of back in mind. The next thing I want to talk about is the structural of the balance. And so what this means in accounting is it's kind of considered a current financial resources measurement. So basically what we're talking about from an operational standpoint is revenues you collect in this year should be enough to pay for the operational expenses this year. That's really kind of what the goal is, to be structurally sound, is to be able to have both revenues and both expenditures from period to period. So that's really what our goal is. And then to have those specific targets, if you want to look at some, improvements in where that funding is coming from and what kind of, what different funding resources that you may have to target those. So going specifically, I did bring up your budget specifically. And so this right here is a snapshot of the budget presentation that Mark gave. And so your financial resources or your total dollars available. Sorry, I'm on the wrong page. So basically, it's made up of basically two components. It's the cash in the bank that we forecast that what you have at the end of the year. So we kind of look at that and say, like in this case, your cash carryover was forecasted at $150,000. So that's kind of our target. We expect you to have $150,000 cash in the bank. Then what we're considering your tax revenue. So here at the district, that's not really going to change very much in the year because that's a flat fee based on number of parcels. And so that doesn't really change. So obviously if somebody has like a 2-acre parcel and they split it in 1 acre, so now that's 2 parcels. So when you do splits combinations, that does affect it, but it's really not going to vary too much in the year. The other component that you guys have is interest investments, interest income. So as you have money at the county treasurer, the county treasurer takes that money and deeply invests it. And so those investments earn interest. And so what happens is they kind of take a look at all the different accounts for all the districts, the county accounts, the fire districts, the special districts, all of them. And they look at that and they portion the interest earned on that. So your account will accrue interest. And then the other one is miscellaneous. This was kind of dumped up a little bit. And this is because of the different wrinkles and stuff like that Mark's implemented this past year. So for example, the interest last year, we collected just over like $1,200. Year to date this year is already at $27. So that might fluctuate, but probably not a lot. And last year, this was $1,000, and year to date this year, probably $1,500. So there's a little bit more money there based on this. So really, what that does is you take the cash plus the addition to your revenues that gives you your total dollars available that you can do it. So this is kind of the contingency, the carry forward and the cash buffer. To talk about that a little bit, that's what I'm saying is I would recommend the board to adopt a policy. What do you feel comfortable of having in the bank? So at the county's general fund, we adopted a policy that has 25% of operating expenditures as our, that's what we consider our so in your case, if we're looking at that structural balance, if you're thinking, 584,000, say 184,000, about 25% of that, I think is about $46,000, which would be that maintained for reserve. And then the other thing to kind of remember, because we're dealing with property tax rolls, so when those notices go out, so from July, notices go out in September, with collections in October, there's usually a little bit of cash flow. We experience that at the county with our property tax. We budget to get this much property tax, but we can't it doesn't come in July, August, it's September, the first major portion comes in October. So, you know, I'm looking at your budget, because that's the majority of your budget. I would say, you know, in addition to that contingency, that maintaining for the reserve amount, I don't look at maybe adding to that, and that's kind of what that cash buffer is. And so I kind of did look at what your operating expenses this year were through October, and about $7,000. So I don't kind of think about that, because one of the big things, you do not want your account balance in trigger for negative. Because like I said, as the treasurer, they will apportion things to you, when your account balance goes negative, they also turn around and charge interest. Because you're kind of, it's a drain on the investment if you have a negative balance. So you will see a charge for it. So it's always good to kind of think about, here's, like from the county's perspective, this is how I look at it. I got 25%, so if I didn't collect the dime, I can get 25% without touching. And then kind of looking at the cash flow amounts, okay, well, I know I need a little bit more because I'm not going to start collecting the revenues until the property tax will start. Your first one will be in October, and the second one is so kind of keep that in mind. So what we do is we take the total dollars available. We kind of look at that. Last year, the contingency was about $80,000, and so we set aside $107,000. And so that kind of gave the remaining dollars available to be spent about $227,000 in last year's budget. So the next part of this is kind of the expense categories of how we kind of determine, you know, this is kind of how the categories that we were kind of looking to expense. So if you look at F, G, H, and I, if we add those up, that equals your $184,000. So that's what I'm talking about. You have structural balance there. And that last item, the large projects, that's kind of your capital investment. So like if you have $150,000 and you're like, well, that's a little bit much, you can take some time on investing that. So we kind of put that down into the large projects. So we want to save the dollar. Basically, what we're looking at is one-time expenditures, not necessarily things that are operating. Just looking to take a one-time cash investing here. Boom, there's done. It's not going to be recurring next year. So that's where that 42,000. So we have structural balance in budgeted, you know, 227 in have a balanced budget. So our revenues will all of our expenditures taking into account what our set aside amounts are for just in case of emergency. So the other worksheet I gave you, kind of looked at that. That's actually a little bit more detailed the way the budget is. And so if you can see that, we actually budget for everything. So you have $334,000 in revenue, you budget it, you know, just in case you have to spend it all. So if you look, there's a contingency line item down there. You don't really ever, from our perspective, like on a different fund, that's something I never really expect. I don't expect to spend money out of that category at all. And so that's kind of the carryover. But let's just say something major can kind of happen. Something, you know, we don't have a place here, but let's say we did it, we had to make a cash out and provide some that's where that money would come from. The good thing is because this is a public document, if you don't budget it, so that's why we budget it. Because if it's not budgeted, you don't have to budget it. That's what this budget document does. It allows you to okay. There are any questions about this one? Yes.
What are governmental units?
What's that?
What's the government units? Local government units? Line item?
I don't have that.
It was under item I on the previous slide. We got government units and general.
I think if I can answer that, I think the government units has to do with if there's a fee from the county, if there's the maybe the money we spend, is it also the money we spend to the irrigation district? It might be in there as well.
And that's different than the professional services that we would be charged for.
Right.
Whether it's legal.
Right.
Things of that.
Right. We don't pay for legal now because we're
All right.
So
in the county.
That's associated with the irrigation district.
The biggest number would be.
yeah. So to your point, you're considered under the county, part of the county, so we have something set up. So all districts get charged, the county charges. So, right now, we're part of the county, we charge them. So right now, part of the component is paid for part of, you know, the attorneys and stuff like that, so that's part of that calculation. Going forward, you know, I think we've had discussions about that in the past, you know, the county does start. So, just like all the other districts, whether it's higher district, whatever, you know, the tax authority is, county does charge for that. Your calculations change a little bit, because of the different components that are being used. It basically, the county is still going to take that assessment. You know, the assessor still does some work. They still do some assessments. My finance account, they do some work to work with them to kind of get that going. It's still going to pay the treasurer for sending out the notices and collecting the money. And so we do that with all districts, internal districts. So we have like the flooding, Natalie County flooding district, the library district, the health district. Those are all internal, so we do charge them with all indirect costs, which is part of this calculation. And then we also turn them and charge all indirect for all the other districts. And those calculations are done by an independent third-party accounting firm. And so we just kind of they do the calculation and say, well, this is what it needs to be charging the different districts and stuff like that.
Okay, well, they don't have to put right into that, should we?
But going, well, I think that's kind of the point of the practice. Going forward, that's those things you can do. So, like the awareness portion of it, when you go out and really do things. So, what I'm looking at is why would you pay me for the point of the legal counsel and you can go out and take care of that yourself.
That'd be helpful, since it helps with understanding where our budget is.
Yes.
So I am looking for that particular.
Yeah, so we've had an internal discussion about that cost and how that is going to be used going forward into the next fiscal. Yes.
So in the bill, it said the county is being reimbursed for any services that we use. And so does those services, does that include like fire department or the sheriff's department, things like that?
Not from the county perspective, because the county, well, the fire departments are separate, so they're their own districts. Because the improvement district is still part of the county, the sheriff's department will still patrol out here. That's not part of that cost that's associated with it. And I don't really, Rochelle, that's not going to change. I don't believe.
No, I think what will be for that is, elections. You will have to pay the elections director when you do your elections. And she's got a rate schedule that she charges the district unless you,
Yeah, I think that's part of her contract that she did.
Yeah. So, but also if you need the county's support, on other issues, so for example, if at some point you choose to increase your fee, and there is a process that you have to go through, and you need to utilize county staff and services to go through that process versus hiring your consultants to do that, the county would assess you a fee to help in that process.
So with that, elections, county support is the same thing available.
Aren't they on salary?
Can't contract with them.
They're on salary for the county. You were under,
Well, I mean, they like their treasurer for each little.
you're probably the attorney you hire will charge you by the hour. The county attorney, obviously, they're a staff of attorneys, so they don't charge the county by the hour. They're on salary, but they represent the county. You will have to hire attorneys who are not county attorneys to represent you, and typically they charge by the hour.
Any questions? So that's kind of the nuts and bolts of kind of the numbers and kind of where we got from where your budget was balanced for this fiscal year. So let's talk about going forward. So going forward, your own governing board, like I said, going to be a little bit of a transition, because from the county perspective, you still consider the board of supervisors still has some control over the government, so they consider a component unit of the full elected board. But what we're going to do is we're going to push out the budget to your administration staff here, to Mark, just like we do all the rest of the departments. And so that's going to happen this coming Monday, where all of that information gets sent out to all of the departments. So the ask here is that as a treasurer or to work with Mark, however you guys want to do that, is to come up with a budget and to agendize that on a future meeting. And it's kind of a two-step process. So there's a preliminary and a final budget adoption. Okay, so you will have a preliminary budget discussion. Say, look, this is the revenues and how we see our expenses going. So I can tell you from the county perspective, that the county perspective is like when you do that, without a public notice, say, we're going to have a preliminary budget here. We're going to get into the details a little bit more of the budget. And then we show up, so I'll show up to the board. So if that's something you want to assign to Mark, how you guys want to do it, or how you guys want to do that. But have a public meetings and go over the budgets and kind of go through that, have the citizens of the district, if they want to have input and go through that whole process as we talked about open meeting laws, and so we can discuss that. And say, okay, this is where we're at. Give Mark or your treasurer how he's going on handle that. If you want to make some changes, that's fine. But then come back at a subsequent meeting, and basically what we would ask for is a formal motion from the board to adopt that budget. And then because you're a component unit of the county, I would ask that budget be sent to me, because I have to kind of include that in our overall budget document. And that process I foresee that process kind of occurring until you become your own formal elected board. And even after that, like all fire districts or whatnot, we still kind of ask. The mechanism that's been changed is when you become your own elected board, we're not going to staff documents necessarily, but we're just kind of take care of that. But know that we're going to come knocking on your door and say, we want your budget, because as a taxing district, like a fire district, we're going to look to see are there any changes to your revenue, whatever it is. It's going to stay the same, that's great. But that's information we need to know. We need to get that to the assessor to make that assessment.
So the calendar we need to be working to right now.
Yeah, and I'll send that to. I know I have Mark's email, so I can send it out. So like I said, because you're still from a county perspective, I still consider you under my umbrella. We're going to send those documents. I'll probably send them to Mark and have Mark, you can work with the board and how you guys want to do that. We can send that out Monday. We're asking our internal departments to have it back to us by April 10th, but depending on your meetings, you need a couple extra weeks. You can give you a little bit, leeway on adopting.
You might try to use this. One caveat that you probably saw anyone say is that in addition to you adopting the budget for your first 4 years, the board of supervisors must also adopt your budget. They must approve your budget as well.
And to that degree, that's kind of why I'm so treating that. Like I use this for component under the umbrella, right? You're still under the umbrella, so you're going to give that to me. I'm going to include it in the overall county budget. When I do my preliminary budget presentation to the county, you're going to be there. Part of that number that I'm giving them is going to be there. And so they'll look at it, we'll talk about it. I don't know that we'll talk about it specifically in preliminary, but part of the final adoption budget that we post the budget, your number is part of that budget.
Jason, can you give them the dates of births?
Yeah, so exactly to your point. So budget preparation kind of starts in, I think that's what it says there, kind of starts February, March. So I know it's March. So like on my job is I'm kind of looking at revenues and making forecasts and overall, like I said, with you guys, it's going to be a little bit static because the the number doesn't change all that much, so, but like in March, I'm kind of going through that process and looking kind of what's going to be next year. And the reason for that is fiscal year, what we're adopting for is to be able to from July 1st to June 30th, okay? So what we're approving, what you're approving is for your expenditures that start on July 1 and go all the way to June 30th. And from our perspective, what my timing is I prefer to have the county's budget adopted, the final adopted budget, the last meeting in June. So I like to have that budget adopted when it's July 1st, so we know what it is. If I need to delay it, that first meeting, July 10th, that's fine. Going forward, because you are your own taxing district, regardless if it's a county tax or a fire district tax or sanitation district tax or road improvement district tax, that's why I will still come and talk to you and budget, because I have to get that information, those taxing rates, and basically put those to the board of supervisors, because the board of supervisors is still responsible for approving all of the taxing rates within the county and authorizing this kind of level. So, but that's kind of going forward. And so that's kind of what the process is. So every spring, kind of start thinking February, probably start thinking about it. March is probably need to start working on it in April, May, June, try to have something put together.
Everything, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So if we deliver it in April.
You're good.
Okay, good.
Yeah, I will have a smile on my face. Good job. Yeah, because there are some districts where, where I'm looking for those tax rates and I'm just like, look, I have to have this done by the first, few days of August, and it's like the end of July, and I'm just like, look, you have to give it to me now. Because I have to give it to Melissa, she has to put it on all the stuff we talked about, open meetings, she has to put it out there, and do all of these kinds of things to be able to work to get together and then perform a motion to adopt that.
My office will send out letters to every district in the county saying, hey, just a reminder, I need your annual report, I need your budget report. We'll send those out. And then if you don't send them, then you
So Melissa's my watchdog. Chases it down for me.
worst case scenario, your funds are frozen.
Well,
yeah.
Well, like from a governance perspective, that's why everyone panics, like the state legislature, we still have a state budget in June, right? State functions stop July 1. At the federal level, we panic in December, we don't have a budget. December, January.
so to that point, it's important to get it adopted because that is your authorization. So like I said, my personal goal from the county is to get it done in the last board meeting in June, going into July, so I don't have to worry about it. I do have a little bit of input. I don't remember what the statute is, but there is a statute that says like that, but it's adopted by this. So I can get it adopted that first meeting, that first board meeting in July, but to Rochelle's point, it needs to be done. But go past whatever I get, and it's
Well, this, again, just going back to the bill rate, that could be one of those issues under the bill that the Board of Supervisors has said. You've been deficient in this duty. We're rescinding your ability to have your own. They can do that for the first 4 years. So that's yet another reason to get it in well ahead of time so that you guys show you're more than capable of doing this.
And I have a vested interest in your first 4 years because county board of supervisors has to approve. So I'm treating you like I'm treating the health department, the sheriff's department, the attorney's office. As far as I'm concerned, I need your information because I have to get it to the board. It's part of our. So I have a vested interest in that. It's for release on my schedule, so I can get it done.
And you can have work sessions. You just have to agendize them, you have to put just like your regular board of directors meetings. So just because like down the road in our agenda, we're going to schedule your meetings. If something comes up and you need to have a special meeting, you need to have emergency meeting, you need to have a work session. All you have to do is put it in an agenda and get it out to the public and notice the public. You also need to let my office know, because once you schedule your meetings, that's gonna be the schedule. But when you have those little meetings, then you just shoot me an email, let me know we're having. Okay?
So,
Can I ask one quick question?
Yes, of course.
So if it's a work session, to be clear, we can discuss all the options, we can't make any decision.
Correct.
So we can get together and say, okay, this is a set of numbers, this is why we're thinking this. But we can't actually make anything happen until the next week.
Correct. In which you could, because you need to get this message, you need to get the budget to, the county, you can schedule a special meeting to adopt the budget.
so I do want to hit on a couple of other items that are kind of specific. The first is procurement policy. So before I kind of jump into that though, so the way that you're set up now is I have a specific fund in my accounting system. So a fund is like a checkbook, its own operating, it tracks its own revenues and expenditures. So I have a fund set up in my accounting system specifically for the district. Whether you want to continue that or kind of take that out on your own, it's kind of up to you at this point on this transition. But it's a little, like I said, I think it's been mentioned, this is the first recreation district, so we're in a little bit of uncharted territory. I'm fine operating under our current status quo. Part of the benefit of that is the benefit of using our accounting system to track revenues and expenditures. As the revenues come in, we see the treasury deposit into that fund, so where they are. Mark, as has been submitting expenditures in the past, you can see what's into the county. It goes through our review process and whatever. I'm fine doing that. However, you are like the board, you want to take that out and take that responsibility on yourself. And you will have to do that before you mark. At some point that transition will have to happen, where that responsibility transitions from the county funds to forward to other districts. Okay, and the reason I bring that up is because there's a couple of specific things that I want you guys to kind of be aware of. So procurement policy. When you go out on, when you finally get that fully elected board, you're going to need to kind of come up with some kind of procurement policy, whether the parameters of how we purchase it, what are the rules, just so, you just don't decide, oh, we're just going to go out and spend this money, this grass. But and one of the big things with that is to also kind of think about conflict of interest. So I don't know, so you're having a Memorial Day event, you want to pay a vendor to come in, you provide some service, whether it's a house or whatever. Let's just say your husband, wife, girlfriend, whatever is happening, oh, you just pay them, so those kind of decisions, you kind of want to have a conflict of interest because you don't want the public perception to say, oh, I'm getting all of the district business to my friends, my family, my relatives, or how that works. So think about those conflict of interest statements. Being able to recuse yourself from those decisions. And then the procurement policy. So like our procurement policy, I kind of put it up there. It's de minimis, any amount, we're not going through any checks balances, but it's sorry, I think it's up to 5,000. Is that what it says? Yeah, up to 5,000. Okay, sorry, I'm getting older in my eyesight. But what we require up to 5,000 is written verbal quotes. And with the verbal quotes, say I come to the three of you and say, look, I want to do this at the memorial, and you say, okay, I'll do it for 1,000, I'll do it for 1,200, you'll do it for, you're a little bitter, so yeah. That's kind of how that works. So but be thinking about developing some kind of a policy. I know Brad talked about request for difference of that is the request for qualifications is a little bit of leeway, so it's not just looking at price. The proposals, it's kind of like, I'm asking for the same thing. The three of you come in with a proposal, you're the lowest bidder, I would think. But it's the request for qualifications, it's a little bit more leeway to them. Yeah, you might be the lowest bidder, but you're the most qualified based on you know, your what you submitted to us, so it gives you a little bit more leeway to get you the qualifications for a little bit what we're looking for. So, but those are policy kind of driven decisions that I would suggest that there's kind of start taking time to kind of think about those.
Jason, can I ask a question?
Yes.
Is this board along with like the fire reports, are they done by Steve?
I don't know the answer to that if you're bound by it. So typically what we've done is we kind of adopt this state that then implement policy, because that's what we've done. Counties are kind of quasi-state government organizations, separate districts. I honestly, we are kind of going out and kind of figuring out what we want policy, but whatever the policy is, my advice is stick to it. The next thing, the county treasurer. So county treasurer, like I said, between the assessor and the treasurer, they're going to make the assessments. The treasurer's going to sit out the property tax bills. They're going to collect the money. It's going to go into your own treasurer account. And so, like right now, it's linked to one of my fund accounts in my account system. Eventually, that's not going to be the case. So eventually, you're going to want to be able to set up your own separate bank accounts that'll, or work with the treasurer to make different disbursements out of that. So they kind of do act like your bank, they'll collect your money. Specifically going forward. So like I said, we have where we're at now and we have where we're trying to be. So like right now, there's portion there, the assessment statement there. But you know, that's a decision you guys can make going forward. We have a bank account set up for electronic, you know, so if I have a debit card, so I can get go out of those two. So right now, that's what the deposit account where that money is trying to go to the account. Going forward, we're going to need to set up some probably some bank accounts. So like right now, we have two independent bank accounts. We have probably a revenue account for those inputs. We also have a separate payroll account for you. So part of that budget is $80,000 or whatever. We make contributions into the payroll account because ADP is the processor of payroll for the staff. So those are all things that you'll need to think about. And obviously the bank accounts, we have to talk about signature authority. So the county, it takes two signatures, my signature and the chair's signature on the check. That leaves the county. So, you know, do you want just one signature? You want something to, if you want to say get a signature, so it's still independent persons doing that, looking at what the signatures are. My recommendation is that something like that. So that kind of talks about segregation a little bit. So whether your treasurer is, or if you have your professional staff kind of helping managing, you know, your bank accounts or whatever, is to have at least two people that are looking at the deposits and reviewing them, and making sure that the money that's been collected is being also look at like the bank reconciliations. We also have a review process associated with the secondary perspective. It's very important to on the income control process procedure and look to remember build these things. Go back to when I first started my career. First started as an auditor and the Maricopa County and tell the story all the time. But we go in and deposit the big contracts. So we had a little procedural reviews we do. Just having. Sorry, I don't want to look at your big contracts. I want to look at we had like a account where they sold maps and stuff like that. And so essentially what ended up happening is all the cash in his pocket. And people got a pocket with the checks. And so determined it was probably $1,000. Obviously, you know, being part of the public, but that's not going to inspire a lot of trust. Something like that would happen. So think about developing financial fiscal policies for the segregation. Really look at safeguarding funds and all of that. The benefit that you have now, having the fund with the county, you kind of manage that a little bit for you. So like Mark Smith, something comes in, he's like the invoice comes into March, you know, say he bought it or whatever. So he comes in, he's saying like, yes, I received it, yes, it's working, or he signs it, sends it over to our accounts payable office. You know, we review it and make sure that the invoice is correct. March verified it, and process, and cut the check, and it's like that's the signature on the so when they see it, they will see it. So those are just things that I would recommend kind of looking at and doing, you know, procurement policy, you know, setting up a separate bank account eventually. So whether you want to do that immediately, you know, that's up to you. You kind of want to leave it as is for right now. I'm fine with that. Like I said, you kind of need to get advantage of, you know, using Kenny's stuff a little bit, but eventually that will transition over to the so with that, I think that's all I had. The other thing is, it's like I said, the component team, I still have a vested interest with how this is running and stuff like that. I am available for questions and comments. I had a couple of business cards, so I'll leave those with you. And then, you know, we can discuss anything. Let's see how it's serious work. Yes.
Something to consider when thinking about your procurement policies. If in looking at kind of like the 5-10 year picture for your financials, how you want your organization to grow. If grants factor into that, state grants and federal grants, if those are going to be a component of your overall budget, I would suggest you develop procurement policies that fall in line with those funding needs. Because a lot of times smaller organizations get tripped up because they want to go after some federal funds, but then can't meet the federal procurement laws. So being aware of what the state procurement laws are and federal procurement laws, if you're interested in applying for those grant dollars, which I would imagine you would be, and you're eligible to as a governing district, just like what our public health department does, sheriff's office, you know, they all apply for federal grants, federal and state grants, but they have to apply by the funders' procurement laws in order to be eligible.
Just one more thought, you know, like I said, right now you can have the advantage of kind of using our accounting system. You know, eventually that's going to go away. You can do it in Excel. It's very time consuming. So like Grant was saying, whether you want to contract with an attorney, whether you contract with a broker, whether you have the treasurer do it, or whether you know you kind of have some conversation with your administrative staff. You know, maybe that's, you know, so if you're taking it out of the county, you know, try to set yourself up for success. You can be able to say, look, this is how we're going to track, you know, whether it's QuickBooks is, you know, one out there that a lot of people use and stuff like that. But try to invest in something that kind of will track it. So when people come in and say, well, I want to invest in this, right? That's going into your bank account that you guys will, you know, you guys will have that stewardship of those funds. And you can say that we're using those funds, we take our stewardship seriously. This is the funds we provide. That would be. Take that on, take it seriously. So everybody has a comfort level of how
is great, because the pool, I guess, or another one, I think we're reading through all of this year, and it's great, to be refreshed, and this year.
You're welcome, Tim.
Okay.
That'd be okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
Everybody disagree?
I won't
Let's stand up.
my next one.
What's our time?
It's 4:45.
Push? You wanna just push through? I'm looking for feedback.
I think we would ask our coaches. Building really go back by the lot.
Oh, yeah, save it for everybody.
Thanks, Jason.
You wanna just continue to push? Yeah. You. You okay?
You can say how many pieces.
Just stand up 5 minutes. We'll be back 5 minutes.
Do I hear 3? Do I hear 4? Gotta figure out how to turn that off, the door lock. What door? All day long.
So kind of like I said, I'm kind of expecting the budget process to be the same as it's on corporate fires.
Right. Might be the same, and when we have a budget meeting, I expect to have that here in a week or 2. Because they need to get on it. We'll I'll share with them what we've been doing. There's been some very just generic kind of. This bucket, they're all similar. And you just grabbed this from last year, so at some point I need the new number to start with.
Yeah.
Otherwise it's not-
Sitting here, Jackie, yeah, between Jackie and Farman and Sam.
How soon do you think you'll have that?
I'm not just telling you.
You know, saying that rollover number, how much taxes were collected? You know, 'cause we use an actual,
The cash amount.
yeah, we use an actual to become the
I'll try to-
starting point.
So I'll try to get you the cash amount tomorrow.
Excellent.
So
That would help a
I'll look
lot.
and see what it is today and kind of look and see what.
Ballpark kind of round.
Yeah, what your experience, what your needs, but like expenditures are. And that's what so,
Right. Yeah, anything we save, you know, that goes into the rollover.
yeah, that's always kind of like, we're talking about rolling it now, trying to figure out this is where you're gonna be in July. And sometimes we're good about, sometimes we're a little closer than, sometimes we're not. So, but, yeah, I'll try to get
Right.
that.
We've been doing a good job of saving, being in the, being in the black.
Black is
Good, black is good. You know, 5,000, 10,000. I always tell people when they ask me, our budget can be plus or minus $5,000, depending on how we do. We've been at plus 5,000, 10,000 to the good, maybe 15,000. All that rolls into, that's why there's a $43,000 bucket for projects. But this is necessary. Like, for major projects, I shouldn't be as a standalone person making that choice.
But yeah,
So
but
I'm
like,
glad to have the board make a choice.
so like my point. Could have a project kind of could not be budgeted, but like.
It's a roll over. We don't lose the money.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to say, those. The exact amount of.
Because it becomes the next starting place. How much did we save this year? To start the next number, I start a whole doc, a spreadsheet, and then really goes forward from there. Right? So all the accountability is there with you guys. I send the information to you.
Like, yeah.
Yeah. We actually.
So much. I don't have your problem. Yeah, let me get those out.
I'll have this information. I'll make sure I have, you guys have my card. Oh, I don't think so. I don't think so.
Not always something.
A couple of extras, just, yes, that's fine, so. Oh, I put it in here.
Okay. Yes.
What happened to the? Did you? See what I mean? It's a bigger conversation of that whole.
Oh, I haven't read it all, but.
I can,
Well, this is a conversation, because this is just.
accusations.
We'll read it out,
Okay.
in case we have this. Out to the public, but they can't, it's not a discussion.
Right.
Yeah.
Do I need to be able to give an answer? I mean, really, it's the bigger conversation is the budget meeting, and that happens later. All those answers will be described in full detail. Aggressively. There we go. All righty, we're on item 9. Yeah. So what I wanted to do is just briefly give an update as to some of the additional revenue sources that we have in addition to the property taxes. Of course, property taxes are our major source, and a small percentage comes from these other items. So right off the bat, I usually mention water level. If you guys don't know, I haven't been to the lake. We're full. We're very full. It's likely overflowing the. It's over in the Mexican Hat. Mexican Hat is huge, and it's likely overflowing back to the creek, I suspect. Yeah, I see the head nod, so you guys can confirm. So yeah, good full lake is a good lake, right? Over the winter time. So we do rent boat slips. We have about 14 slips. Last year in 2022, we received about $5,350 in boat slip rentals. All right, so that was good. We maintained full slips. We also keep 2 slips open for short-term rentals for 1 day, 2 days, maybe a week, to kind of accommodate those holiday weekends.
Their annual leases?
Everybody else is on an annual rental lease, whatever you want to call it. They have a right of first refusal for the next year. So everyone's re-upped for the next year as well. So we're looking good for this coming year. We also keep a wait list, I should mention. So there's a lot of people who want slips, and then we just put them on the wait list. And then if a slot comes open, we work our way through the wait list till we get it all full. We do start renting some kayaks. So doubles, kayaks, single kayaks. We even have a kid's kayak. We have about $340 in kayak rentals. It's essentially about $20 an hour as a rental. The goal is that any additional revenue can help offset what we're talking about as far as budget. We have a narrow kind of plus minus as far as revenue expenditures. So any additional revenues can help offset and help us do bigger things for the district. We just started doing some concessions. We made close to $580 in concessions last year as well. And all that's done through our Square system, which keeps track and does the inventory for us. And all the reports are available as well as what's been purchased. Most items are $1. $1 sodas, $1 ice cream, $1 candies. A handful of items might be $3 for a floaty ring. That kind of, some sunscreen might be $10. Basically, we're marking it up just so there's a bit of a revenue source for us. And then we just people have found that they find it helpful. They'll already be at the lake and they can grab an ice cream or grab a soda without having to travel to the general store. So once they're in their bathing suit, they like to stay at the beach. So it's been positive. I guess last thing I'll mention is our Facebook followers. We're up to 708. We've climbed maybe close to 100 over the last couple months here. So that's good. That's helpful. And we communicate that way quite a bit. As mentioned, we also communicate through the email blast, which goes to maybe the 1,100 email addresses that we have. Our website is updated continually, and then anything that's updated on the website gets maybe posted on the Facebook page as well. Let's see. And that concludes my simple, breezy report.
What program are you using for the webpage?
Currently, the webpage is done in a company called Ionos, and I'd never heard of it either. It's actually a German company. With our use of Constant Contact as our database and the email blast service, we can move our whole website over to Constant Contact and for no additional cost. But although the Ionos is about $8 a month, so it's not, we will save some by moving it over, and it'd be nice to be all in one place. The analytics will be all into one software for that. Any other questions?
Jason and I saw you,
Yeah, they came by for a visit. And we went through, kind of spent an hour talking about the operations and how things work. And I mean, there's even more to be said. So I welcome any of you if you want to come and sit down and get the details of how we run things, how we're doing it, and ask all the questions. We can do that as well. Or at the next board meeting, I could spend more time describing it as well.
Mark will probably get everything just like go over the accounting side of things.
Absolutely.
So
Yep.
that's-
You use a spreadsheet. You saw that we heard from the county report as well that they have all the budget gets approved through the county. All my expenditures go through Melissa and then through the finance department for their approval and their eyes on it as well. So I'll be glad to show you all that. Okay.
First item on that is a schedule for regular meeting dates and time and place. We can have a conversation on the board. Block some of the new assignments that we take and learn here. I'm looking for feedback from members of the board here on what they think this type of schedule to take on here so we can start getting more alignment and make sure that we can move the right information as quickly as possible. Ashley, what is your position on this?
I started the other day, to I think we should meet once a month and so we get things settled and figured out. As far as the days, I guess we have to talk about which days work for everybody and what times.
I think we can work together to kind of find out what the best schedule is for us going forward. We probably have dates or days that work generally a little bit better for us, and maybe we can get a little bit finer going forward in the working session that we will put together a calendar. What are your feelings about meeting once a month here initially, getting on the blocks here, and maybe toward the end of the season, we would relax it something to go with once every 2 months, or things of this nature, but still have working sessions throughout that process to meet the requirement of having a forum meeting once every 40 days.
I can be here after 5:30 any day. Pick a day out.
If it could be a Wednesday, it would be easy for me because I'm never in Flagstaff on a Wednesday. My schedule, because I travel 2 days a week, varies with what my office needs. But I'm never on a Wednesday, so that's a safe day for me.
Have some indication from the county that Wednesdays work better with some of their people if they're going to do certain things of that nature. I don't know how much that's going to factor into our working schedule going forward, but Wednesdays work for me also. How that sits for you.
Wednesday's good for me.
Wednesdays.
At 6 p.m.
And if we did, as long as we're after the restaurant closes, Sam Baggers has offered that we can have the facility free of charge.
They've been great.
And it's obviously large enough to accommodate what I believe would be the turnout of this community. If we
Agreed.
End up in that situation. So it's just, that's why we couldn't do this one, was because it was during the. I think 6 p.m. would be a good time because people
So we'll get back to, it sounds to me like with Melissa, we're going to probably run for 6 months straight. With monthly meetings at a minimum, we may have to drift it depending upon our progress in another month or so, but then relax it for the end of season. Once every 2 months. We'll target Wednesdays and get back to you with the appropriate dates.
So I would just suggest that you set a schedule like we're gonna meet every third Wednesday of every month at 6 o'clock, something like that. So the board of supervisors meets every first or every second and fourth Tuesday of every month. So just something like that.
I love that idea. Why don't you go ahead and make that happen? Right. And I was at third one.
motion for every third Wednesday at 6 p.m.
Who was it? Okay,
On favor?
That's the chairman.
Sorry, that's the.
So the chairman calls for the motion. You made a motion, made a second. So you're the one that calls for the question.
Yes, is there any discussion?
My only discussion was like really, even though I know it's a lot of commitment on all of us, that I think we should do one this for third Wednesday. I think
March.
Of March.
Yep.
For the, if that's not next week, right? It's the week after.
It's not next week, it's the 22nd, the week after.
I just feel that have to have some
No,
stage
it's March
to-
15th. Would be the third.
Oh, it wasn't, the
Wednesday.
first was a Wednesday. It is next week. Thank you.
I was gonna say, I think we should have one more in March, just from the standpoint that if there's a budget that's new. And we wait until the third week of April to meet. That could be a really serious. matter. But we can't adopt them.
Right, but we can go ahead and put it and make it the agenda that can be adopted in the fall.
Right, that's what I'm saying. I just want to make sure that it's something on March in order to have. it
Yes, we
adopted.
need to step a little bit more aggressively. We're about 2 weeks from now. What is that?
March 22nd,
That'd be the fourth Wednesday.
that would be the fourth. one.
So we'll have another working session on that date, the fourth Wednesday. We know that we have some immediate business there, and we want to use that working session to make sure that we get to Melissa the agenda items that we address.
Okay, so just a point of clarification. I am not the clerk for your board of directors.
We just need to notify.
After, yeah, so after this, you're kind of on your own. I will I'll do that. Actually did notify me that she does not have a computer. That is something that you guys need to get together on. If she's gonna be your secretary, she needs to post the agendas and the minutes. She is going to need, there's going to need to be a district laptop, which I believe we have.
So this is the district lap. It's a Chromebook, as as quality as it is. The other laptop that lives, that Pat's been working with for years, it doesn't like to be off its charger. That it's old. So we probably are due for a new computer.
So that's probably.
That could be available.
Good thing for your next is to
Thank you.
buy a computer for your secretary. I will work with her just to kind of get you guys up and running. So,
We still need to notify you.
yeah, so like, yeah, and I'm kind of taking notes so that I can put something together. And I would suggest, just because you've got so much to do in such a small amount of time, is that you meet, not just a work session, so that you have 2 meetings in March. So like you had this meeting, which is kind of just a training session. But if you met on the 22nd, I would do a full-blown board of directors meeting so that you can get, like, let's buy a computer, let's do this, let's do that. You have agendized items on your agenda on the 22nd, and then, so you have that, say, from 6 to 7, and then say from 7 to 8, you have a work session regarding the budget. And then you come back, yeah, maybe you do another one, like April 5th and April 19th.
So
like you're doing like,
April would have 2 meetings also.
yeah, just because you have budget, to do, you've got a lot to, on your plate right now. But if you scheduled a few meetings now and then said, okay, from here on out, then we'll meet on the 3rd Wednesday at 6 o'clock. You've got some work to do.
Right.
Yeah. So I would suggest, so that somebody can make a motion, I would suggest that you meet on March 22nd at 6 p.m. to,
If you are you gonna say the 5th? I won't be available the night of the 5th,
March 22nd.
March 22nd? April 5th, I'm talking about.
So March 20, right, because your contract is,
Well, yeah, officially, I'm done at the end of March. If I'm still not moved, I will consider April as well, if you'd have me.
so I would recommend that you have a meeting on March 22nd at 6 p.m. to be followed by a work session.
Same night? Okay.
And then do you want to do the first and third Wednesdays in April or the second and fourth Wednesdays in April?
I think we need to go first and the third, because I want to make sure that we start setting up the third Wednesday as more of the regular meeting, and then we punch in other meetings around that.
Okay. So I would recommend that you hold the meeting on March 22nd at 6 p.m., followed by a work session at 7 p.m. And then a board of directors meeting on April 5th and April 19th, which would be the first and third Wednesday in April. And then following that, we would go with the third Wednesday of each month at 6 p.m. for Stanford. So somebody can make that motion. I will make the motion.
March 22nd at Sandrager.
At 6 p.m.
And I will go ahead and get this all lined out with them.
You need to call for that.
Yes. Any discussion on that at all? We prepare with everything, we can get up there and rush it for you. All meetings, basically. As we get into the regular summer session. More other discussion? All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries.
I will type that up and I will get that email over to you, just to make sure I've got everything in there, and we'll post that as your official meeting going forward.
Mark, I just have one question. Are you using the Chromebook for anything at this time?
Staff uses it if they need a second computer. Like if there's,
So if Ashley needed.
it's available.
Anybody
I mean, it doesn't necessarily have a lot of office software, so it should have the 365. You should have the Microsoft 365 to work with.
Will we get county email? Or do we have to use our
Personal.
You could set.
We can,
set up.
There you go.
I'm sure have
we can set up, yep.
Set the capacity.
Well, no, it's through the website. I mean, I have, my email is mark@wmlcrid.org. We could do one for each of you. There was one suggestion Kathy made about, instead of your name, it could be the position, so that the email just continues on. You just let me know what you want to do and I'll glad to set it up.
So
So-
that needs to be agendized
What's
to
that?
make the decision on the emails. There's
And I don't believe there would be. I believe the current package will cover 5 more emails.
So I recommend, like, Mark is the administrator at this time, so you 5 need to utilize him as much as you possibly can. Like, I will help Mark and Ashley put together the next agenda. But we need to, as the county, we need to take a step back. We need to work with the administrator who is your administrator right now. Okay? So he has all the software to do the agendas and all that kind of stuff. He will be doing the minutes from tonight's meeting. I'm available to look over those and, provide what I can, but we need to utilize Mark to his fullest.
We have a couple more items. We have item 2, under the new business, which is the discussion and consideration of the job description. Hiring process, and I would move that may be something that we incorporate into our working section. And having that really
I was to present, if you don't. That way we give everybody. The work session.
That's it. Yes, please. Sure.
So, again, because I live in a world of management, and that's what I do all day. Knowing that Mark is only with us for a short time, March, April, whatever. You know, in this house by myself. I went ahead and just kind of put together some things for the board. This is to be decided on, but I wanted everybody to have a working place to start from. Because we do have a lot. We have a budget to worry about. We have a person who's been very valuable to have to
Thank you.
to get, you know, to move on. We have a lot of stuff on the plate. So all I did with this, and I can be really short because it's nothing to be discussed today, but I took on the first page, I took the job contract that Mark currently has as a consultant. He's actually not our manager, our consultant by title. I took bullet points from his contract as well as bullet points from 4 or 5 different other high-end management processes. I did used to sit as the president for the Dobson Ranch Association. So for those that are from Mesa, you know that that's about a 5,000 home lake community with 15,000 people. So I tried to incorporate a little of my history from that to come up with ideas of what we would be looking for in a manager. I think that it's something that we have to look at as this is saying, do we want this manager to just manage the lake, be our clerk as well? Do we want one package, or we want 2 packages? What do we want? So this is just a little information. I did look at the hours that are currently on the website versus the hours that probably should be looked at going forward, and put some suggestions in here as we consider how our manager and our team maybe make the lake more successful place to be. The second page is just a little bit of information that I thought would probably come back to the board versus necessarily being our administrator's job. Then I also put together, and this came from searching. I spent hours because I couldn't sleep, so when I have to sleep, I search. I came up with a process for what I thought might be an expedient way to interview going forward. Counties use this, states use this. My husband used to do the city of Glendale. They had a similar process where basically you take the 10 questions, and everybody who is applying for that position is then asked those exact same 10 questions. And each question is awarded 10 points. So one being they couldn't answer the question, 10 being they answered it, whoever the judge is feels is the most pertinent and solid answer, giving then each candidate 100-point process. Then you can rank those people based on that process. Part of the reason that I thought coming up with some type of non-personal way to interview, we're a small community. We have had people who have worked within the community, who live in the community. We've had people who live outside the community. So I think whatever we do, we need to look at it from a non-biased standpoint. Does each candidate get what we're looking for? And then how they might be. I mean, honestly, nothing is advertised yet. The board has to make that decision about what they want to advertise for. We could advertise something for purple postcards, you know, we have not made a decision. So that has to be in a board meeting. The last page is just a little research. Again, because I have managed a lake before, I'm the president of that lake board. I went out and looked for lake type position and what they're getting paid. Granted, in this particular example, that lake board was working, that lake manager with a full-time position in a full-time lake. And so this would, of course, be based on like someone with that type of qualification.
Yes.
Who might come into our system that's fully able to handle all of this. Obviously, we would move that number around based on our candidate selection. If we don't have anybody with top qualifications. However, I will say that in this example, this number does stay within what we are currently paying our administrator, according to the legal contracts that I was able to find online and that Mark has provided in us. The only thing I saw different in Mark, you can correct me if I'm wrong, I didn't see in your particular contract any designation of the number of hours per day, week, year that you.
Right.
Is that in your contract? Did I miss it?
I have to go back and look, but the expectation that was, we discussed as a county, is that it's definitely full-time plus in the summer, right? It's 40 play, it could be 50 hours a week if necessary. Over the winter, it's 15 to 20 hours a week. And those, I spend that time at the lake. I give myself the flexibility to move around. So that's why you see office hours on Sunday. But then, I by appointment, I live a mile away, meet people all the time. They make a phone call, glad to meet them over there, get them a placard. So I do about 15 to 20 hours a week during the wintertime.
Okay, so that probably does equate to about what I have on this example. Like I said, I didn't see it in this contract, but I heard it. A lot of what I put in here is really because I think the board really want to start thinking about someone who truly understands the lake. Mark can attest, we had algae, the flow and the absence of the lake causes zeros. And so again, going forward, Mark was substantial in getting us contracted for our water contract with Silver Creek. But then again, we'll come up, are we on a 10-year mark?
I believe 10 more years. It just got re-upped, right?
So, again, we have to be thinking about that 10 years from now. We will be the ones, whoever city table, will be the ones that will be negotiating and for a very substantial. Any questions that you need from me?
Yeah, I'm sorry for trying to cut short all the wonderful work that you have done, and thank you.
I just wanted to give everybody something to.
I think it's wonderful, and we ought to be prepared to discuss this when we have a working session coming up here. It's a wonderful platform to actually. Thank you for that. You got a comment? We have a call to the public at this time.
So on that last item, it was discussion and consideration of the job description. Obviously, you're not taking any motion on that, but you
I would move to table it for our next meeting.
I second it.
you want that. So if you're going to move to table it, you want to move to table it to a time certain.
I would say move to table it to the work session
On the 22nd,
on the 22nd.
to follow the regular.
Follow the regular meeting.
I second. Any discussion? Any discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Call to the public, item 11 on the agenda. And people comments for about 3 minutes.
I'd like to see if anyone else has a call. I can sit here, I just so really I did not.
Do that for us, please. While he's doing that, we did get one item, again, as Mr. Clark mentioned. This is not something that the board should discuss. Items brought to you and called to the public, it's not a discussion. Somebody gets up there, they speak for 3 minutes, you can direct staff to that person to take care of those items. You can also ask that it be agendized for a future meeting. If it's derogatory to you, you can comment to them. So I'm going to read this letter that we received from Steve Fishman. Good afternoon. I would like to start by thanking all that were involved leading up to this special day. This new arrangement will allow local appointed officials of our beautiful White Mountain Lake community to receive input from the residents and then put the responsibility on those appointed officials to take proper action for the benefit of the community. These changes will be like a breath of fresh air because as a concerned resident, I feel confident in making a statement that in the past 2 years, our present administrator, Mark Honberger, has not properly represented our community. You may feel that the motive of this letter is to take parting shots, but for the past 2 years, all of my concerns listed below have already been stated in person by email and made public record on the WML community Facebook page, directly to Mr. Honberger and the BOS. Therefore, I am hoping to finally receive some answers. 1, will there be a full audit on all capital gains, expenditures, and physical inventory surrounding Mr. Honberger's tenure as lake administrator? 2, what major changes, additions, or subtractions has Mr. Honberger made as the lake administrator that he feels has benefited our communities? 3, I would like Mr. Honberger's truthful opinion on whether he feels that he demonstrated to the community transparency, proper communication, and most important, physical on-site availability that justified the salary that Mark and his wife received as per their original RFP and contract. 4, will there be a refund of any monies paid out to Remarkable Recreation Solutions for possible failure of living up to the contract terms? I truly feel that Mr. Honberger has the expertise that could have benefited our community, and I do not know why or what may have hindered him from being a better lake administrator. I am hoping that all of the corrective criticism that he has received from this experience helps him be more successful, and wish him and his family the very best in his future endeavors. Sincerely, Steve Fishman. We have another call to the public.
Who's the minute clerk? Melissa?
Yeah, it's gonna go. Let me give it to you.
You want me to?
I can read it.
Okay.
Oh.
I read.
Oh, there's no,
this
yeah, it's just,
of the nature of
so
it.
we just call on Mr. Tony,
Yes, and then I would just set a 3-minute call.
3-minute timer.
I get it.
Okay.
Hold on, just. Okay, you got 3 minutes. State your name and your address.
My name is Tony Sangalos. The address I live at is 8319 Pinyon Drive in White Mountain Lake. Been here 4 years. I'm Mark, he's here. For those that don't know me, I own the White Mountain Lake Air Park and I have quite a few properties. I pay close to $10,000 a year in taxes just to the rec district. It's about 5 to 6% of the budget. That doesn't mean I say anything more than anybody else, but I am a stakeholder here. I'm not a tourist. I just wanted to ask a couple of things. I've spoken to Mark about these. I have a request that the sign that is the big sign that's about, I don't know, 5, 6 feet wide, 4 foot tall, that has all these rules and regulations. I spoke with Mark last year about if that sign could be replaced or updated. It looks ugly. And the majority of my comments are going to be about physical improvements to the property. I'd like to see that sign updated. It shouldn't cost too much. It just needs someone to put some attention into it and update it. And then approximately 4 years ago, there was a meeting at the Grand Lodge in Juniper Ridge that Melissa, I believe you were at, where we tried to have, I know Pat was there, where we had Melissa, everybody tried to get bids, just bids on putting bathrooms. Not to approve putting bathrooms in, and I don't think we even need to get approval to get bids. So I would challenge the board, but you guys have power. Beware of the power, but use your power. And you can get bids to put bathrooms in without needing the vote where we actually, the vote failed because it was put up to a vote. There was enough people in the community that are NIMBYs and Cape people, citizens against virtually everything, that showed up and said, we don't even want to get bids on that. That's pathetic. And I would tell that to their face. So I'd like to see the sign updated. I would like to see bids obtained. I happen to know some people, wink and a nod, that might be willing to throw some funding towards the bathrooms. I know them very well, but I want to see bids, and these people that I know would want to see bids that we would be able to contribute that funding. And then lastly, I'd like to donate a child baby seat for the swing set that's over at the Car Circle, because the 3 swings don't have a seat. And I know you can't respond, I'm just here to talk. I'd like approval to be able to donate at no cost to the community association a seat for the swing. And does the association, it just manages the rec district, not the post office, right? Or is the post office a part of that?
No.
Okay.
It's
I have-
only the Lake District.
I have a donation for them, but who did I talk to? Don't know. I'll send you an email. Maybe you can,
I don't know who runs the post office, to be honest.
that sign should be ugly. It's white.
Yeah.
If I
A
could
sign
comment to that, you would need to talk to the community association.
like Jessica, Dr. Jessica.
Jessica's not on the board. You have to go to the board of the.
Oh, she's not on the community association board, which is separate things.
That is correct.
That's all. Thank you for
Thank
your
you.
service. And,
Thank you for your comments. Bottom line is taking advantage of the offer of the center for additional market.
That's the caveat is if my house hasn't sold and if I'm moving, I won't physically be here to partake.
So as of right now, Mark's contract ends the end of March. So if he wants to continue with that contract, he would need to send the board of directors a letter that be extended. At that point, then we could put that on the agenda. Just because tonight you say, I want this, that, or the other on the agenda, that's something for the clerk to make note of, and those are the first things. But from here up until that agenda is posted, you all could still be requesting the items be posted on that agenda. Okay.
So I think if we're gonna consider that, we need to also discuss.
It ought to be in discussion with what you just brought to our attention, which was that framework for us to talk about the hearing process. And so I believe that very well as far as the conversation for March 22nd.
We're also gonna probably need to have the preliminary budget conversation at that meeting.
You all want. All of that.
I believe as the budget conversation happens, we're gonna be talking about what the budget, which line item is used for which things, and you'll get a sense of that conversation there as well.
I just want to get with him as far as from the treasurer perspective of what things he does or doesn't send to the county, so that I can be sure that in light of he may or may not be here in April or May, that someone is sending payroll and all those other financial things to the budget department. Would that be part of the setting up?
So there is a bank. There's 2 banks. There's one in which we pull to do payroll. And then there's one that is a deposit only account for. And Mark can talk more about that to you folks. The payroll goes through ADP. I sign off on those. I make deposits to that account. But that account will need to be changed out of mine and Mark's are out of mine for sure. And then probably put coffee in there. So you'll probably have to come over it. You have to use. I think.
So would that be under the preliminary budget topic on the agenda? Is it separate?
Yeah, that would be such, that kind of just like administrative. You don't have to make a motion to get Kathy on there as the treasurer. She would be put on. Something that I think we do need to discuss is professional services of hiring them and funding.
And then potentially, is there any other items besides the laptop purchase and a few other things we may need to approve of? Get some things, such as records management.
I don't think those are more administrative. They wouldn't necessarily need to be agendized. Buying a computer, that's something that you can do with your administrator. If you tell him now that he should bring back to the board 3 days or 3, this is what I would recommend. Then he could just bring that to the next meeting and just get that order. I would do that like tomorrow.
Right.
Is that something that we would have in the budget for this year? We do.
Well, yeah, it's supplies budget and, we're not gonna do a Chromebook, right? We're gonna do something a little better than that.
Right.
Yeah, it always sucks to have a computer with no software.
Yeah, Microsoft,
We got the 365 account.
Microsoft Word.
Adobe.
Adobe.
We have an Adobe account. I can go on there and we have Microsoft 365, which is, you can go on a handful of computers.
To that point, I double checked with our county attorney as a taxing district, special taxing district, you are bound by state procurement law. So that will be something that you as the board has to be aware of, but your administrator. When making purchases and decisions.
Right. Currently, I can spend close to like $1,000, I believe, at my discretion. We never spend big numbers like that. Above that, it requires the three quotes, and there's a number above that. That's a whole RFP, big project thing.
Mark, if you would just get us 3 quotes,
For sure.
I don't dispute what you're saying, but I think just to make this transition comfortable, so you also are not put under unnecessary scrutiny. If we just have 3 bids, then
Done.
we'll take that opportunity.
I would recommend that you all look into parliamentary procedures. So you know how to run the meeting. You have to have a motion, a second. Is there discussion? All in favor? All opposed, any opposed, and then motion passed. Okay, just look into that, how to run the meeting. I've not been doing that. I'm not sure.
This was a strange thing. It didn't start out. Right. It started out as a non-parliamentary thing, and then I started to introduce it after being sworn in and things. So it was a little strange.
Right, absolutely. So that is something that the public can come back and say. They were discussing stuff that wasn't on the agenda, like kind of like we're doing now, but we're gonna get there. So,
Looks like Robert's rules of order is.
correct, yes. So I have Mark's contract, professional services regarding an attorney. 3 quotes for a computer. On the work session, I have preliminary budget and the management, right. The discussion for the job description and hiring for lake employment on the work session agenda. Again, Mark will put that together and I can take a look at it. If there's any other items the board wants to on the next to on the agenda for March 22nd. Get that information to Mark. He'll put the agenda together just as I did for this meeting. He'll send it out so that you can review it and approve it. And once it's approved, then he'll get that posted. Okay. One thing that needs to be on the next agenda is the minutes from this meeting.
Say, third.
Wait, I missed that motion and second. Who's second? Scott.
All in favor?
Yes. Any opposed? Hearing none, the meeting is adjourned.
Need anything, let me know.
Will do. Oh, show.
You guys will let my mom on.